Okay.
Hello and welcome to Movie Phone. No, wait, sorry. Different beginning. Welcome back to Wildemount. Last we left off, you all had traversed the distance between the Furbolg city of home and the besieged city of Guarden in less than a day through the help of Shepard's druidic magic, turning you all into clouds, in which you then commuted across. Using what little time you had left in this fast-moving, difficult to perceive state, some of you scouted on ahead to find well, actually, no, the entire group scouted ahead to find a safe place to hole up. While, I'm sorry,
Well,
while
Jerusha!
not Drusha, that's the first. I think the first time I've actually
Yeah.
used a player name in a long time. Wuria, and Velis, utilizing their natural and magical abilities, flew back to Guarden, scoping out what they could, trying to ascertain what exactly happened in this city. Through Velis's connection with the aberrations that he hunts, he was able to determine that the entire city was infested, for better word, by aberrant creatures. And in addition, that there was a significant number of them that were below ground, including the unmistakable psychic signature of mind flayers, in addition to a number of creatures that he had not yet encountered before. Besides those mind flayers, both Wuria and Velis were able to observe that there were still people trapped in the city, either trying to make their way from one building to another or holed up and barricaded into some buildings. It appears as if there were roving groups of aberrant creatures of varying degrees of intelligence and locomotion that seem to be collecting and abducting the people of Guarden for some as of yet unknown purpose. Quickly investigating, Velis discovered that Riga, in the Wandering Doe, had barricaded and made safe for dozens of civilians and townsfolk, keeping them safe and secure. But they were low on supplies, they were low on food, and they really did not have any sort of adequate weapons or defenses. Velis and Wuria left to retrieve the rest of the party. You came back, touched base, learned a little bit about what was going on. That largely it was a very sudden onslaught of these creatures. And in the chaos, there hasn't been a lot of organization or communication in terms of any kind of centralized defense, at least as far as Riga knows. You left them with a significant stock of food, water, and weapons. And then on your way back to your camp, you saw that there was a small group of humans and other people being escorted by aberrations. There was a brief debate as to whether or not to leave them to their fate, up until you realized that there were children among the group. And there were some very quick decisions that were made. And you ambushed the aberrations, both some strains that you were familiar with and some new ones that you hadn't encountered before. But you made quick work of them, relatively speaking, without taking too much. But unfortunately, in the fray, a number of the Gordon citizens had been killed or otherwise maimed by some of the strange psychic magics of these aberrations. And I believe that is where we left off last time, with all of you having caught your breath after the battle, and the remaining few townsfolk left sort of confused and frightened, but grateful that you were all able to save them. 4 of them. Looks as if it's a human woman and her young child, a dwarf woman and an elven woman who, based on her dress, may be more aristocratic, shall we say? Or at least she's wealthy, and carries herself with some air of importance, even though she is covered in some of her own blood, as well as the blood of other people, and who knows what kind of unusual viscera.
Welcome to the club.
We need to keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best not to linger. You're probably drawing their attention.
Are we staying in the city or
definitely
not?
wasn't the
We need to get the
moonbeams.
fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we staying in the city or not?
I don't think we're
I
staying
don't think we're
in the
staying
city.
How far
Then we
away
need to
are we from
move
the yes?
and stop taking pit stops.
You're probably a couple of blocks from the edge of the city. I think I had indicated that you were all sort of right about here at this marker point. So sort of going either, you could cut through the buildings immediately to your east and avoid the road, or you can take one of the roads.
I mean, I thought we still have a little bit of our.
We
cow
also
time,
had,
don't
Do we?
yeah,
But we have people with us.
We
yeah,
did.
people. Yeah.
We're not taking
we
the
can't
people.
take the people with us. They're gonna
We
have to
saved
find
them.
somewhere
They're on
outside.
their own now,
Oh,
unfortunately.
now you care about them fending for themselves.
We cannot
Well,
simply
now
leave
their
them.
chances are a little bit better because
Can't we get them into
I'm
the
sure
forest?
they are.
Looking to the group.
We
Does
don't
there know
have
us
time for
anywhere
that.
safe
It's-
here?
They're looking around, and the elven woman kind of speaks up. I'm not familiar with this part of the city. I don't know what would be safe. And the human woman is just kind of like kneeling, clutching her child, and isn't really sort of speaking or responsive. And the dwarf woman is still looks like she might be shaking off the effects of some sort of strange mental thing. She seems a little out of it.
I think we must
It's
move.
too far to the forest. There's
yeah.
all that empty space between the city and there. We're just gonna be walking targets if we try to go on foot. We've got to fly.
I agree with Phyllis actually on this one.
We
cannot
cannot
help
simply
people
leave
if
them
we are
here.
dead. But we cannot help anymore if we ourselves are dead.
Of course not, but we can protect them this way.
We can't sit here in the middle of the city for
No,
now.
we keep moving.
And we just make ourselves targets for the shit flying up there.
Looking maybe to the dwarven woman. Does you know anywhere to alleyways, anywhere to hide?
She
I pray
sort of
you.
like looks around. Anywhere but in the open.
Well,
And I mean, to the roadway are sort of pulling us back to that map to sort of give you a more local sense of things. A lot of the buildings are very closely built one next to another, very sort of high density medieval style. But there does appear to be an alleyway based on where you're located, not too far off your position, which then kind of goes in and amongst the buildings into like interior courtyards that are away from there's no light sources other than what you might be carrying or what because any street torches or lanterns or lamps or anything like that have all been extinguished or broken or any number of those things.
Okay.
But she's just sort of, very much looking above into the air.
Looking between the dwarf and the elf woman and the woman with the child, she's gonna leave for the moment, and not try to. But in the people we saw who were relatively safe were on a upper floor. Can you find a building that you can get to a second or a third, any upper floor, and barricade that floor? That seemed to. They didn't seem to keep going up.
If they had no reason.
Not for lack of trying.
And some.
Yeah.
Either way, let
No,
us
but they-
move now and just start moving, gesturing towards the alley and start waving people that way.
Okay.
If nothing else, we need to find
Really follow.
somewhere to lay low long enough to turn back into clouds.
Yes, true.
How much time
I was like, yeah,
roughly
do
Is
we
left,
have
yeah.
on this
Yeah.
spell? I know it was not a lot. I know there is
No.
some time left, but I know it was not a lot.
It's an inexact science.
Yeah, that's why I said roughly.
Yeah.
Give me a short
I mean,
guess of,
it's
like,
been about at least 10 or 15 minutes since, I don't know.
We were
What?
flying before we landed here, so as long as we have at least a minute left on it, we'd be able to turn back, and then as fast as we move as clouds,
Yeah.
we'd be able to get back to the forest in no
I
time.
feel like we only need 5 minutes to get back, basically. But
Or less.
You've probably you wouldn't need that. You can move very fast as clouds, but you've probably only got a couple of minutes left.
We need to get the fuck out of here.
The buildings around on sort of the area that you just left, sort of to the, and I'll mark it on the hold on, my turn order is taking up my space. Okay, so marking on the map here, this area that I am encompassing looks to be primarily storehouses, warehouses. It looks as if this might be where a significant number of businesses might store things, granaries, things like that, far to the east, so that if there's any wind, any sense from these, tanning places where they make leather, stuff like that. So this sort of far eastern end is where it could be considered an industrial sector of sorts. So there aren't a lot of homes east of where you're currently at, but there are a lot of buildings. A number of them are 2-3 stories. A number of warehouse-looking things. You could definitely try and get into one or two of them, investigate them if you like. The big open areas are more they're sort of like open courtyards. This is all very much like, think of it like it would be light industrial, where there's a lot of large medieval equivalent of like roll-up garages that are behind big box stores, that sort of thing.
Okay. As Haku climbs on me again. All right. How about this? Everyone, maybe one person who isn't Hegan or Leah, stay with me. We'll take the broom. I can make us invisible. We can get out once we find them a safe place to stay.
It's risky. We've already drawn too much attention.
It's risky, but I'm not leaving this child without at least the semblance of an idea of somewhere to go.
Thank you, Aria.
Look, Velis, why don't you... Haku, stop it. Why don't you take the rest of them out as clouds? All of you leave. Pernell, you seem unwilling to leave. So Pernell can stay with me. We'll find them a place to stay. And we'll head out. Elias, if you have not heard... head to where we're meeting. If you have not heard from us within, I don't know, a couple minutes. Give enough time for us to have gotten them somewhere and get there. It's hard to estimate, but contact Pernell or I, and we'll let you know what's going on. But I can get 2 of us out unseen without being clouds. So
I believe
can't-
this is our best course of action, and Leah's just gonna start turning back into a cloud.
Yeah.
Basically, as soon as
Yeah,
she,
same.
as soon as she mentioned like Velas, take everybody and I'll stay with somebody on the invisible broom thing, Leah's like, okay, cloud, like
Gonna keep a watch out while people are turning into clouds since they can't do anything in that time frame.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Whereas also going to keep an eye out.
Okay. Wuria and
Keegan
Pernell,
hates
please
this idea,
make
but he's gonna
wisdom,
do it anyway.
wisdom perception checks.
Okay.
That's good. That's good, or at least decent. Perception. Yeah, dirty 20.
Okay.
16.
I keep forgetting my perception is a +8 now instead of a +6.
Okay. So after a few moments, and everyone sort of their forms begin to blur as they slowly shift into clouds. You do begin to hear that sort of same droning sound. It's a ways off still, and it seems to be coming from the roughly west direction. You all have kind of moved east and are in kind of like a small, basically like a loop hidden in between, hidden by some buildings. There's very limited visibility from up above to where you're all at, and you're out of the way for now. So unless someone started a very distinctive and consistent search pattern, it would still, and they went exactly in the right direction, it would still take them a while to find you from where you're at. But you do hear off in the distance that sort of droning sound of those multi-winged insect-like aberration creatures. But the rest of you begin to finish your transformation, and with the remaining minutes that you have left, sort of, I wouldn't say buzz, but more like whiff off to the east, in cloud form. Pernell and Wuria, what do you do from here? Everyone is left.
I'm going to move, at least keep people like in the shadows, in like closest to a building, try away from the droning, try to get them maybe like inside of a building that doesn't look too beat up for the moment.
Okay.
If the droning gets close enough to be especially concerning, Wiria is going to cast greater invisibility on herself and try to see what's going on.
Okay.
Because she can then still use message to talk to Pernell.
Sure.
If she uses greater invisibility. So she's only going to use it if she needs to, but if she needs to, she is going to.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make stealth rolls for me.
Okay.
And I'm going to say because you're basically,
sorry,
you're
my
trying
dog is
to,
really vocal tonight.
That's fine. So what I'm going to say is, because you're going to be going, you're trying as best as possible to help 4 people who don't know how to move stealthily or silently. I'm going to have you both roll at disadvantage. Because what you're doing is you're expending a significant amount of effort to help them so that they're not rolling at disadvantage.
That would have been so much better.
Well, I rolled a 12 and then a 17 with a plus 12, so that's a 24.
Oh, jeez. Mine was 17 total.
I do have expertise in stealth.
Yeah.
Right.
I almost had a
Okay.
natural 19, almost.
Yes. It's good that you did that and that they did not roll with disadvantage, because they do not have such skills in moving silently. But you are able to, it's like the worst escort quest ever. You have to move slowly, you have to tell them when to stop, you have to tell them when to go. but you do hear that sort of the droning sound of some of those flying aberrations get closer, and you kind of keep everybody hidden in the sort of shadow of a couple of buildings.
Here, stand to this
as
cardboard
they-
box.
as they don't pass directly overhead, but they are sort of nearby before you eventually hear it begin to get quiet again. So there's a couple of different nearby buildings. One of them looks to be like some sort of storage warehouse. One of them looks to be like a sort of one of those tanneries. And of those two close by buildings, which one did you want to go investigate?
Um,
Probably the warehouse.
yeah, I mean, I think Wiria's probably going to follow Purnell's lead unless she notices something that looks particularly unsafe
Yeah, if
or
either of them
less
look,
suitable.
if either of them look like more like with worse windows or things have been like shattered out on, whichever one is less like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're gonna inspect them both. And I'll say, go ahead and make an investigation roll. Whichever one of you wants to.
My guess, Aaron, is what is Purnell's investigation?
+1.
Okay, let me check what mine is. I don't remember. Hold on, because I have jack of all
You're
trades.
probably-
It might actually
yeah, you're
not. It may
probably
not
better,
actually
but-
be that bad. It's not one of my best, but do +2, so it's one
Yeah.
better.
Yep. I don't think I can aid
Alright.
you because I don't have
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I will take that. That is an 18.
Okay. So it does appear that while both buildings seem to be intact, it looks as if that the warehouse, compared to the tannery, might actually be either securable or reinforced, and may doesn't have as many points of entry and exit.
Okay.
And other than like sort of a main door and window that you can see, it doesn't have a lot of like extra windows and chimneys and such like the tannery building does. However, considering it's a storage warehouse of some sort, it does look like it's got a reinforced door that is more than likely locked.
Okay. And we don't have Velis with lockpicks.
nope.
Is it possible for one of us to get to the warehouse reasonably unseen by ourselves?
Oh, I mean, you're all basically in front of it right now at this point.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Wiria would check to see if the door is locked.
The door is indeed locked.
Um,
There is a window next to the door. It's it's shuttered, and it just sort of wooden shutters that are closed. But there doesn't seem to be any other doors or windows into the building itself. There are neighboring buildings that are very close to it, but this looks like it's a standalone building with like very narrow, almost claustrophobic alleys running along the side, but then it butts up against what might be like a row house on the other side that it shares like a wall with.
if we can find a way in here, this would be best, but if not, the tannery is probably...
I would probably need to break the door, and that would cause problems. But
Breaking something is not...
exactly.
Unless we can... I mean, if Velis were here, we could try, but we don't have him, so
I'm
I suppose the tannery.
Unless some NPC has surprise lockpicks.
The little boy is actually becoming
Yeah,
a
little boy.
lockpick. He's
Um,
in training.
Where did you learn how to
Yeah,
do
I mean,
that?
Surprise, you've got Gavroche on your side.
Unless there's any reason to believe that she could get it, we could get into a shuttered window without breaking it.
Mm-hmm.
Where he is gonna probably head for the tannery, just because if they can't get in, even if it's the safer bet, it doesn't help.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I could try to get
Like-
the shutter off of it carefully without completely ripping it, but
None of like when you're like they they don't have lockpicks. They don't know how to break
Yeah.
anything and enter. But like the dwarf, sort of like looks around and picks up like a bit of broken cobblestone and kind of like hefts it a little bit and like, this is about as close as thing as I got to a lockpick. At least when it comes to windows.
I mean,
I can certainly break it, but that would not make it any more secure going forward.
I mean, can you open the shutters or dismantle them somehow?
Could I possibly do that?
I mean, are they on the outs? They're on the outside,
Could-
right?
They're on the outside. It's like wooden shutters
Okay.
that are shut.
Or,
Can
and
Maria use any of her woodworking tools to get the shutters
here's a question.
down?
Oh, here's a question. How much
Sure.
time do we have left on the thing? Because if one of us changes and slips through,
It's long since
it's gone.
expired.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
it's gone.
we had a couple
Shit.
minutes when this started. There was
Fair.
no way.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
You could very likely, with your woodworking tools, manage to dismantle parts of the shutters and pull them off readily. I mean, you've got all kinds of wood carving things, and these are just shutters made of wood.
Yeah.
It'll take you a little bit of time, but it wouldn't be difficult.
Okay, well then, since doing so would not be an attack or a spell,
That is absolutely true.
Wiria is going to make sure that Purnell and the civilians are as under cover as they can get,
Sure.
and then she is going to cast invisibility on herself
Okay.
and set to work trying to get through those shutters.
We'll move them
Okay.
away and kind of just to make sure they're all within reach of her so she can protect them.
Okay.
And keep a lookout.
All right. So,
Be right back.
Wuria, go ahead and just make like a tool check just to see how
Okay.
quickly and efficiently you can do this while
So
everyone is
that's-
hiding.
Would that be Dex with proficiency? I'm proficient in the tools, so
Dex with proficiency, yeah.
okay. Great. Yeah. So that is 16 plus Dex is 4. So plus proficiency is where is my proficiency? So it's 20 plus whatever proficiency is.
At this point, it's +4.
4.
Okay, 24 then. I
Okay.
couldn't find it on D&D Beyond. I was like,
So everyone else has kind of
It's on the very top.
moved a little further back and is bunkered down, sort of in some hidey place that has line of sight to where Warrior is working. As you're in the middle of basically expertly dismantling and deconstructing the hinges on the shutters, you hear that droning sound again. I need you to make a dexterity stealth roll for me, Warrior.
stealth? And I'm invisible, so it's with advantage.
Correct. Everyone else, I'm going to consider that since you're further away, and that she is doing this intentionally far away from the rest of you.
24
not-
total.
Okay. So as you're sort of like just about to like take one of the shutters off of the hinges and stuff that you've pulled apart, it's basically just resting there by virtue of it's just sitting in place. Nothing is actually holding it in place anymore, one of the shutters. You hear that droning sound get louder and kind of coming up and over and then sort of slowly flying down as one of those multi-winged flying aberrations. And it kind of comes down very, very low at the street level, and it looks as if it's beginning to scan and inspect the area very closely.
Try not to breathe and just tell everyone.
Yeah,
like,
everyone's
do one
been
of those
very
too.
quiet. It's and it looks as if oh, okay. And it's sort of landed on the ground, and it's stopped, and it sort of like cocked its head, and it's probably maybe not more than like a dozen, 20 feet away or so, and it's just sort of stopped, and it's like put all of its legs on the ground, and it just keeps cocking its head. It doesn't seem to have like ears or eyes, just sort of those weird holes in the front of its face. And it's just kind of like peering around. You make another stealth check for me.
Another stealth check. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's even better. That is a 29.
Okay. All right. So you've basically hunkered down against the wall, are as still as you possibly can be, almost not even breathing. And another few tense moments go by before it stands back up again and its wings begin to beat, and it slowly advances, kind of going down another direction. And after a minute or so, and it's long gone, and you can no longer hear its wings beating again, you finish dismantling the shutter, and you can see that there is like a sort of very the glass inside of these windows is very cheap, and so it's not even transparent. It's kind of mostly translucent. But the windows themselves open without any difficulty. It's mostly the shutters that were barred that were the security on this. But you just completely dismantled them, so you're able to get in quite readily. And once the coast is clear, you can motion
Usher
for
people
everyone
back
to
over.
come up.
Yep.
Yeah, once the coast is clear, Wirio will get everybody and
Yeah, we'll go over there and help people through once.
Okay, climbing up and in.
yeah. And Wirio will suggest to them to do anything they can to add to any reinforcements to blocking the door and the window as possible once they're inside.
Yeah, the elf and the dwarf woman are both sort of nodding their heads. And you've been able to sort of tell by their body language that they're uneasy around one another. They don't necessarily seem to know one another, but there's just sort of like a tension in the air a little bit. And the woman
jives
is
with Gordon.
the woman is just the human woman is just entirely concerned with her child. And she sort of gets him set up, brings him inside, and kind of sits him down, and is like trying to soothe him and get him to go to sleep. But under your direction, the elf and the dwarf woman are beginning to sort of basically push and barricade the main door, as well as the area by the window. And the interior of this place is like, this is like a small office space of sorts. It looks like the place where they would do there's like shelves and ledgers and some desks and stuff where any business operations or something would happen here in for this warehouse. And then through a door you can see it's not necessarily multi-story, but it's sort of like very, very tall ceiling, and there are large crates and barrels and stuff stored all throughout the sort of large storage area.
What sort
and
of
they're
things are in the crates and barrels? Because we should probably figure out what kind of supplies that they have here to, if we need anything else from us before we leave. But...
Okay. You can start poking through. So it looks as if there's a lot of food actually stored here.
I was about to say.
A lot of it is raw, sort of like raw grains, things like that. But there does seem to be some minimal provisions that they could subsist on for a while.
Okay.
But of note, as you're sort of going through and examining everything, I'm going to presume that one of you is looking, one of you is watching over things or keeping an eye out or something like that.
Yeah.
But, there's actually a sort of not exactly a hidden door, but a somewhat obscured door near the back corner of the storage area. So it's probably not more than like 30 by 40 feet, the entire building itself, with the office taking up like the first 5 to 10 feet. But near the back corner, you can see basically obscured mostly by piles of boxes and stuff is another small office. And it looks as if there's a lot of papers strewn about the floor. It's dark, so without any light to see, it's difficult to make it out, but it looks like it's another small office. But there looks to be, for all intents and purposes, some sort of planning board with a rough map of Guarden on the wall. And a number of notations written in common about, looks like locations of guard posts and things like that. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Pernell, since you said you were the one searching,
Yeah,
that's on
that's
you.
true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Woohoo! Natural 20, so 21.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Okay.
That was lucky as fuck.
So this definitely twinges your curiosity. Now, it's difficult. Like, do you have any sort of light source at all?
I have the goggles of night, and
So it's dim light. Okay.
I can get like a torch out if I was curious by it. I have one of those, I think.
That would aid your investigation significantly. Also, this is completely enclosed with no windows, so light wouldn't be visible. But there just so happens to be a lantern or two in the room, which would indicate that there were people who needed light to see. Although everyone would need light to see, even if you're an elf or a dwarf, if you want to see details of things. Basically, after a few minutes of sort of poking and prodding, it looks as if this may have been used as some sort of staging area for some kind of clandestine activity within the city. It looks as if they were marking guard patrols as a... there's not a lot of notes left behind. There's nothing of value, but you can see that there's a lot of remnants of people who were here for extended period of time, eating and drinking. You can see a lot of discarded food bits of food and stuff in what would amount to be like a trash can. Basically, someone here planned some kind of heist or other underworld activity.
Interesting.
And it looks like they were very likely targeting the something having to do with either the council or the government or something.
All right.
We found the hideout of the guy on that wanted poster, guys.
Yeah, probably. Who the fuck they were talking about?
I think we found the back room of the ABC Cafe.
Yeah. Going to is it possible to carefully take down this map and just keep hold of it? So yeah, I'll take that, roll it up, put it away, let Weria know about this, like just like quietly, and then mention like the back room for everyone else as a extra like safe area possibly, but also point out the supplies.
Okay.
And probably like if one of them needs to be like open to get to something useful for them, she'll open it with crowbar.
So it looks as if that whoever was here left very quickly and in a hurry.
That makes sense.
And sort of tried to grab everything of note, other than just like the map of Guarden with but there is a it looks as if someone may have dropped a small leather pouch on their way out, because they were leaving in such a hurry.
Yep. That looks suspicious. Grab.
Yeah. So
Okay.
inside the pouch is just a simple copper band. Looks like a ring. It doesn't have any markings, and it doesn't have any adornment. It's just copper.
Does anyone know anything about this? And gesturing more towards like the elf and the dwarf, if they might know something. The mother seems focused, but just in case she heard.
The elf looks at it and she's like, "Looks like a piece of cheap jewelry to me." The dwarf sees it, and your I think your passive insight is probably high enough that you can pick up on.
My passive insight is pretty low.
Really? Am I?
Yeah.
My passive insight is 15, so
Yeah,
Elias
my passive,
is
my
Yeah.
passive
Elias is the one with the
perception is
ridiculous
high.
passive
My
insight.
passive
okay.
insight is
Warrior's
12.
got the high passive perception.
Yeah,
and
she's got an 18
Elias
passive
has
perception.
the insight.
High.
Well, then I would say, Pernell, with you, your passive insight, you can see she recognizes it, but then almost immediately is like, she shakes her head no and shrugs, sort of passing it off. There's a slight flicker, a micro expression of surprise, and that she seemed to have recognized it, but
might notice that, get a little worried, kind of go up to her and like, "This is not the time. I pray you, if you know something, let us know. It mayest help."
she sort of looks over at the elf. Oy. So, there may have been, like a plan of sorts, a group in organization, loosely affiliated, who weren't satisfied with the current direction of the city. And then the elf woman sort of cocks her head just a little bit. And the dwarf's very cautiously trying to speak without giving too much away. But those were simple rings used by operatives to identify one another. There was no central organization. It was made up of individual cells, so that if anyone had been infiltrated or compromised, the entire effort would not succumb to. She kind of looks over to the elf woman again.
Let's give a nod at that understanding. I see.
All right, well.
But for right now, all that doth not matter. For right now, all of you, stay alive. Stay here, stay barricaded, do what you need to. We found others in the city. You are not alone here, but we are attempting to fix this somehow. But we needest you all to be safe in the meanwhile.
The human woman looks up. There are other people still alive out there.
Yes.
Do you know if there's many?
We know there's some, but we haven't gone through the entire city.
To score at least at the, what was it, Wandering Doe Is that the?
Yes, the Wandering Doe.
The dwarf woman sort of shakes her head. There's no way anyone would be able to get that far across the city. It's all the way. It's too far.
You for now, stay here, stay safe. We're going to see what we can do to stop whatever is causing all of this, but it'll be easier for us to do if you stay safe, all right?
Is there any sign of the council or the guards at all in the city?
Not within the city that we know of, but
Not that we've specifically seen in the city.
we only just arrived.
We know that some people got out of the city.
Yes.
Yes, the council. I'm not going to see much help from them. At least those not of their own kind.
And I'll just winches at that. Ugh.
They abandoned the city. Abandoned us.
What, the High and Mighty Council doesn't care about the people?
Yeah, just trying not to.
And Perdell and Wiria do not look shocked.
Not shocked at all.
Not at all surprised.
They're like
Frustrated,
oh,
yes.
Yes.
Either way, we shall do what we can.
I promise you, we will do whatever we can. And I dare you to look at where you're looking earnest and not believe her.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the human woman is very, very comforted. The elf woman and the dwarf woman seem to, with the admission of the idea that they're on their own and that the elf woman was not like waiting for the council to come save her, it appears as if the dwarf woman may have actually, her disposition may have shifted. But they are comforted by your words. And the dwarf woman, she starts sort of searching around, looking for in a cabinet or a closet, and then she sort of turns to all of you before you go, or in the moment. You don't happen to have any kind of weapon, do you? I don't mind holding up, but I wish I'd have something to defend myself with.
I mean, Wiria gave away her
just dumped everything.
well, no, Wiria gave away her rapier, but she still has her sling, which she could give up. So she could give the sling and the sling bullets, if that helps. But she doesn't have anything stabby.
Yeah, I don't have anything extra stabby.
She's not particularly stabby.
Right. Best I got is the longbow at this point, the huge ass longbow that I can barely use.
Fearbulg-sized longbow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she also does actually have a bow and arrow, but unless the dwarf indicated being particularly good with a bow and arrow, she'd give the sling.
Did I see anything like dagger-like or something like that in that back room? They would have.
There's probably like a dagger stabbed into the map.
Yeah.
Like less a dagger and more like a slightly large knife.
Yeah, then would offer that having gotten the map off, but.
But the elf woman, she sort of like ties her hair back, and then basically like, because she's been wearing this like soiled, dirty gown for a while, but she starts like stripping pieces of it off and says, I know how to use a bow. If you could lend that.
Yeah, Wiria will give her the bow and arrows that she has right now. You know, because she's not like Wari's used that bow and arrow like
That's
Right.
fair.
ages.
Yeah.
So
She takes what she can, and she does seem to like. She starts inspecting it. She looks at the arrows, and it looks as if she does have some familiarity with a bow. Pernell, you sort of retrieve that large knife, and the dwarf is like looking at the sling, looking at the knife, and sort of motions for you to give the knife to the human woman.
I'm gonna do that.
And she takes it, and she's just sort of like holding it, and the young boy is since asleep, and he's got his head in her lap, and she just sort of nods to you, and she takes it. Thank you. Kind of grips the knife tight.
Stay safe. And then she's gonna look over the elven woman and repeat it in Elvish.
She responds to you as well.
I'm gonna glance over at Wiria. Shall we?
let's. And since greater invisibility only lasts a minute, and I don't know how long it's going to take for us to fly out of here, she's just going to use regular invisibility on the two of us, a broom.
Okay.
And I think her plan is to, because there's the air patrol going on, which is probably, I assume, probably a little faster moving than most ground patrol. And Wiria would know whether or not that's the case, because she saw them.
Right.
She would stay close to the ground on the broom, but stop at any corner or alley or gap to look, see if there's anything coming, and then if needed, she can fly higher or lower. But for now, she's going to stay as quiet and as low and as careful as she can until we get to the gap, and then she's just going to look and then go.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth roll at advantage because you're invisible. As you sort of slowly ease the broom through the eastern part of the city to escape.
23.
Okay. There does look to be a couple of ground patrols being escorted by some flying aberrations, but you're able to easily evade them. And as soon as you clear the building, you begin to pick up speed and sort of rapidly fly over the grasses and shrubs leading to the camp where you have all set up for the evening. Oh, look at those Italiana baby tokens.
Hey.
Yes, this is, I believe, where the ghosts were.
Fucking ghosts.
Gwen.
Yep.
Ghosts.
So right about, I would say, the moment when you're all sort of beginning to think like, it's been a while. Yeah, this broom sort of comes like veering out of the forest into hovering into where you've made camp. You probably don't have a bright campfire lit, but this is an appropriate enough map. But yeah, it's you've made it back. You helped them hole up into a safe space. It is. Oh, I don't even remember what time it is. Is it? 'Cause you came back during the morning, I think, right?
I feel
No,
like it
it
was like mid
still late
to
at
late
night.
afternoon by the
Yeah,
time we got.
it was mid. Yeah.
It's late afternoon. Okay.
Because it took us several hours to fly here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
so
getting late.
Morning, but it was
It's
like
all
morning.
it's all still the same day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in this case, it's probably getting close to sunset. And you have the rest of the evening. There haven't been any signs that the aberrations came this far out, or this far east. They seemed mostly to be concentrated within the city itself.
Interesting.
Oh. We'll let everyone
Well, you
know
made it
what
back.
we did, yes. And then
Yeah.
Also, in case we needed it, I found this, and she takes out the map and unfolds it and shows it off.
Oh,
So at least
good.
we have something for the city.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
Yeah, Velis, you recognize this immediately as like this is ice map. Like, this was definitely going to be used in preparation for getting into something and taking something of significance or value. But you can see there are a number of small pinholes where there were other objects and notes and stuff that had been pinned to this map that had all been removed. But this does look.
Any thieves' cants noted on it?
There are some rough indentations where it looks like there may have been something in a couple of different places. But from what you gather, it wasn't that they were taking something specifically of value, but rather they were trying to basically break into basically a council held building and get in and make off with what looked to be council records or other information, but it's not entirely clear what.
Well, that might have been interesting before, the city went to shit.
Yeah.
Yes, I assumed so.
We can investigate that later if we want to.
We'll also show off the ring and what the dwarf told about that.
Because it's something that I have to always remember and keep in mind. Now that you're sort of like showing the ring and everyone's kind of gathered around, Wuria, seeing as how she can detect magic.
Yeah, I was gonna say she was thinking that when they were there, but didn't want to do that while they were there. So she would definitely, once the ring's back out.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the ring has a mild enchantment on it.
Okay.
Nothing too particularly strong. This thing isn't gonna like blast any fireballs or let you turn invisible. But it does look as if there's a mild enchantment on it of some kind.
All right. Well, she'll mention that, and when it makes sense to spend a little time casting Identify just to find out what the enchantment actually is.
Right.
Because it never hurts to know those things. Yeah, when you said plain band, I was like, is this enchanted in some way?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You didn't necessarily ask, and so.
Well, because Wiria wouldn't have had it up in that situation. She was more focused on paying attention to is anything coming. So I specifically didn't ask then because Wiria wouldn't have been checking.
Yeah. No, it's definitely enchanted. What would you all like to do at this point?
I feel like kind of while we were waiting for them to get back, Velis has kind of been sitting sort of on the opposite side of camp from Aiden, just waiting to see if he's going to bitch again.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got front row seats.
Looking very much
finally
like
talk.
he's restraining himself.
Yeah. Slowly making the popcorn. Just
I know. I was just like waiting for it. Like,
Look a little constipated there, Aiden.
Yeah.
That's a word for it. Hope you're all
So why don't you
pleased
say whatever the fuck you want to say?
Nothing.
Can we just, make a decision right here, right now, that in the future, at least regarding this little endeavor, we move as a single group?
Pretty sure that's what we did.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I think so. We all went. We all did it
as a
together.
group, I believe what Aiden is referring to is deciding.
Yeah.
as a group.
Yeah.
We
all
could be
went,
on the same page
people
here.
Went and we're like, well, now we all have to go because
Because circumstances being what they are, it's not just us that have lives to lose over it.
No, it's not. Why do you
Yeah,
think
and
I
I'm
said
sure
we need to
half
go?
those group of civilians are very happy we intervened.
Is this when
You
we're
think I
back
was
or
just
no?
going to
Because I'm
sit
Yeah.
Probably beforehand.
yeah.
Okay.
You think I was just going to sit there and let them break in and just kill them?
They didn't.
They could have. I didn't know. They were
I'm not
in
just,
the
I'm
building
not just
when I
talking
left.
about that. Honestly, I expected that of you.
Rika's the only person in this city worth a damn as far as I've seen. I wasn't going to let her just get killed by those things if I could do something about it.
Oh, maybe I wouldn't be so pissed about it if we weren't working on like a time limit that we'd get ourselves stranded in the city, possibly.
I get that.
Fair.
I thought we'd have time. To be
Well,
fair, I
at
wasn't
least the
exactly
point was-
counting on
We didn't.
running into another fight.
No.
That was an
Are
avoidable
we
fight.
ever? Are we ever?
You'd think we would be by this point.
I agree. It may not have been our best planning moment, but we did make it back here alive.
But
Look, all I'm saying is that all that conversation after the fight, that's basically the whole point. You know, we intervened and then we decided, oh, we're going to let these people, we don't have anything to do. What are we here to do? Are we here to save every group we come across, or are we here to free the entire city?
I get
I'll
it.
be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I've never been
I don't know
here,
that we
and
can
I
free the city, honestly.
Yeah. Well, that was what you were going in there to find
I
out.
get it.
Look, that
Originally.
should wait for Weary and Purnell because it's a lot.
I'm sure.
And look, I'll give you that could have been handled a lot better, but I'm not going to apologize for not turning my back on the only person around here who's done anything decent for any of us.
You shouldn't need to apologize. I don't have the same history you have, but caring about someone you know, even someone you've only met, there's nothing to apologize for.
Agreed.
But you're not wrong. I need to be careful going forward.
I do agree that tonight, once they've returned, we should make sure that we sit down and assess our situation and plan our
Rather than jumping in.
because other than Tiliana, I've never even left home. I have no idea what to do here, but we do need to make sure that we all know what exactly we are here for.
Well, once Weary gets back, she can tell you what she found, and
We can decide from there.
we'll cover what I found. Try to make a plan, I guess.
However, I don't know, I have to worry somewhat, and it sounds like you're proposing that if we see people in need, that we are able to help, that we ignore them. And that does not sound okay. We saw a situation that we were able to help with, and we chose to help.
Yes, and like I said, I'm sure half of those people are very glad you helped.
Ones that
We cannot save everyone.
Honestly,
well, I think that's what
on
it
that,
comes down to is if we. I think I'm gonna guess what Aiden's trying to say is if we stop to help every small, group, every
If we
single
turn
person we come
every
across, how many more people die in the time it takes?
and
with
sooner
that,
or later we get
Don't
caught.
manage to save the city because we're stopping every 5 minutes.
I I agree. I mean, we can't get in every fight.
Even if we had the time, we don't have the resources.
We're gonna sooner or later we stop every time we see something. We're going to get pinned down in there, and we're not getting back out. We can't just fly away.
It'll be
If we
for
get
nothing.
pinned down, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I'm not sure though how much more are we planning to go into the city? Elias, whoever you were speaking to, were they inside the city? It sounded like they were with the ones that escaped. So, to my knowledge,
Escaped,
our
abandoned.
contact. Well, that seems. I have no
Let's
idea
be
what the
real.
city was like.
They
But-
abandoned. Let's be real. The council abandoned it.
But
Mike is not.
Save
my
their own
understanding
asses.
is that we are here in part because of whoever it is that you contacted. So, while I'm sure we'll have more information once Waria and Pernell return, I believe.
I'll be
You should
honest. I
go
feel
be
like we
fine.
don't need their help. They're sitting pretty behind their line of guards. Yeah, we owe favor, or we did a favor for one of them in particular. But as for the rest of the group, fuck them.
Leah's just like slightly confused because she has no context for any of this. It's just like, okay.
The council are the ones who need our help.
The city
Okay.
is.
The council can fend for themselves. They've been doing it this far.
Out of character, I'm like, was it Elias's contact that also, or somebody that potentially had some resource of knowing what to do with Leah's mom, or was that in a totally separate thing? Because
No.
That's why we initially contacted them.
Yeah.
To see if they knew anything, but yeah.
It
Well,
was
and there
almost-
We didn't know anything.
There was somebody though. I thought we had some lead. Maybe I wrote it down.
We talked about maybe trying to talk to, was it grandfather, whatever his name was, or
But
that's
seeing
what it
if
was.
the-
The really
or
old
seeing-
guy.
or seeing if the
Yeah.
council happened to have
Yeah.
any other information.
Yeah.
We didn't get any
Yeah.
information from anyone here.
Yeah. Well, that was also because I was like me trying to remember. I was like, I feel like there was somebody that we were like maybe we could talk to them. Because I guess me or Leah or both of us, I don't know, I was like under the impression of like I didn't realize our mission was to leave and go save this entire city. I thought we had other motives, and it was just we're gonna assess the damage while we're there. But but yeah, Leah's also just like partially along for the ride because she has no context for what the city was like before it was overrun by aberrations. Or, what any functioning normal city is like. Her experiences with city include Cheliana, and that's it. And that's a normal city, right?
Yeah, not so much. Mostly ruins and overgrown, weird, gloomy Shadowfell stuff.
I feel like so far Leah's like, why would anybody want to live in a city? They're all like demolished and gross and aberrations are everywhere, and why would anybody want to live?
I'm pretty sure she's smart enough to know that's not a
I know.
typical city.
But so far that's been her experience. She's just like,
It
I don't
has
like
been
cities.
yeah.
I don't like cities.
She so far has no good reason to be fond of cities.
Yep.
It's true.
Just wants to port Molly.
Haku, get out of there.
There were some areas of the city that looked like it may have been burned, but not like just sort of general apocalyptic scenario, columns of smoke here and there style, not like huge swaths of the city destroyed. Just enough to give that good sense of dread. I would imagine, unless anyone has any particular plans, Pernell and Wuria would probably be getting back shortly, and you can probably all take a long rest as you discuss what you want to do from here.
Yeah, well, and I think Velas and Waria need to fill in everybody on like the details of what they saw, because we gave them the like 2-second version.
Yeah, the quick, short version.
So, once they get back, Velas would So, hundreds in the city. Not an exact count, but definitely hundreds. There's no way we're getting anywhere in the streets. As far as under the city, that's the fun part.
Under.
Define fun in
It
this
doesn't-
case.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Yeah, Leah's like,
I think this use of
Dozens
fun
of
in
mind
particular is not fun. The opposite
Dozens
of
of
fun.
mind flayers. And
What?
something really,
Your mom.
really, really, really big.
Big how?
Yeah,
Yes.
that just big.
Like the tree in Telyana big, or
Tree.
Maybe. I mean, as far as size, bigger.
but does it feel similar?
Yeah.
Does it feel similar?
It's
Or did it feel similar?
big aberration. Give me. I should probably know all this, but how much detail do you get about?
Let me find it.
You could probably do it again because you're still within a few miles of the city.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm just gonna copy paste this
Good plan.
because I have it open. It's pretty specific.
Right.
It does say which enemies, so
Okay. Where'd you copy and paste it to?
the OOC channel.
Oh, okay. I was like, roll 20. I've got so many damn things open.
Yeah, I agree, Aaron. You not having Purnell as part of that conversation about not rushing in was probably.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for that conversation to be for everybody.
So,
Yep,
in
all you have to do
addition,
watches.
right. So y'all remember that really big? Well, it wasn't really big, but that worm in the mine back into Soa. It's like that, only so much bigger.
Oh.
Like
We're talking like
real big.
Dune, Sand.
I was just thinking, I was like, so we
Like
stepped
that.
into Dune territory, I see.
Not Dune territory. Like that is huge. Like
Or like
gargantuan
Salak territory.
sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Is
But like
Not
that,
big.
that black. It was like that black worm thing that ate Purnell.
right.
Oh shit,
Only
that thing.
bigger.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
more like that,
Right.
but
Oh.
a lot bigger.
But there's a decided mind flare presence beneath the city. Decided? I don't know if that's the appropriate thing. But in addition to like all of the various ones you've
Definitive?
encountered- definitive. Thank you.
All right, this is crazy, but that thing ate Purnell. Could that be how the mind flayers are getting around?
Getting
Do I know of
eaten
anything
by
that-
worms?
I don't know if it's. I mean,
Wait.
I mean, there was,
we saw something like that in
yeah,
Telyana.
in
Yeah.
Telyana, yeah.
or the graveyard outside
graveyard.
Telyana. A bunch
It's
of those
not
things
the
popped out
craziest
of this.
thing that we've seen out of these things.
Do I
Does
know
it
of
have the same-
anything in like any of my encounters in home of aberrations traveling via the stomach of big ones? Okay.
No.
Like didn't think so, but you know.
All the burrowing animals that you're familiar with are small, cute, and fluffy.
Yeah! Badgers and bunnies and
Right.
I mean, while I would prefer not to travel by worm's stomach, I suppose it's feasible. Purnell, I assume you would also
Sounds
prefer not
really
to travel by worm's
unpleasant.
stomach.
Oh no, but I am not an aberration, and I can absolutely. I'm not surprised in the least.
I mean,
All
I can't
right.
say I am either.
Well, so here is the question. What do we do now?
Well,
These people need help.
yes. Luckily, we found a place for the others that had food and decent shelter. But that obviously shall not last forever. But if we know the source,
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the big thing under the
I don't know
ground
if that's the
that
source.
Bellis
We
was
can
talking
know
about,
it.
yeah, it sounds pretty big, but I'm not entirely sure that's the source of the problem.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It's the best we have right now, though.
Yeah, but it sounds like transportation. It doesn't sound like
Yeah.
it's that or the
I
Oh,
mean,
mind
do
hub.
we
flayers.
know it's transportation, or is that just an assumption?
It's
I mean,
based on what we
It's
know.
big, but it's stupid.
Yeah.
There's no way that it's
before.
not running things, and
Like
honestly, we're not going to be able to fight a worm the size of a city.
It's
No.
not the size of a city, mind you.
This is Velas
Just
being
be a-
hyperbolic.
Okay.
You said these things burrow, though, right?
Well, obviously they got under the city somehow.
Underground somehow.
I mean, I'm just not
My
that it
guess
helps.
is they may have come all the way from the mountains. We did hear about the
The monks in the mountains.
monks up that way.
Potentially.
I mean,
it
perhaps
does.
they're just simply using this as a means of digging the
Also,
tunnels
full
for them.
disclosure, there may be another piece of my sword in this area.
Really?
Okay. Well,
So
Within
whether we
limits
want to
of
get that,
Gordon or the mountains?
My guess would be more the mountains. Unless they came into the city looking for it.
my question is, why did they come into the city?
Yeah, that's the real question.
Yeah.
I
If
mean,
they're still here, then they're
you
probably
don't just
still here for a reason.
Question.
corrupt and
Go to sleep.
assimilate is their
Question
general.
for the DM.
Sure.
So that's actually a very interesting question that I feel like possibly Leah is also pondering for the first time. I'm like, why do aberrations attack home? I feel like it's just they kind of invade because they're there.
Oh yeah, like Aiden was kind of
Like-
just starting to say.
Like,
It
does
had
Leah
been
know if
for
any-
so long that
Yeah.
nobody. You don't question it. It just
Yeah.
simple for the Furbolg of Home.
Mhm.
Regular attacks by like aberrations or shadow monsters or any number of various nightmarish creatures, sometimes even like really big beasts,
Yeah.
is just a simple fact of life.
Okay, yeah, that's
And it's-
kind of
it's-
what I assumed. But
And it's the
It's kinda
idea
like
is
the
like
Parchwood, the Parchwood of Wildemount in this case. Just a lot of
Yeah,
weird
almost.
shit comes from it, and you have to deal with it if you're on the outskirts or anywhere close to it.
right, and it's similar to how like the Ashari keep guard over weak spots between the material plane and the elemental planes. The Furbolg of Home kind of act as a bit of a bastion between the rest of the Menagerie Coast and the Lushgut Forest.
but these things don't seem to be coming from.
Oh, no, they're not
area,
coming
so
from
it's-
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, corrupting the place is what they do. It seems that's like their prime directive.
I mean,
They
it
may
was...
make
Sorry, I was just
general
gonna say, it was-
tactical decisions, but in terms of the general reason why they attack, it's just
Yeah.
their nature.
it was very clear that they were abducting as many people as they could and taking them alive. Like, they weren't just outright killing them.
Yeah.
They were taking them alive.
This does
When
seem to be
I
different
used
from
my
the
primeval
Raids on Home.
awareness, just
Mhm.
out of curiosity, did it ping anything from the direction of the other part of the forest where the council was?
There's bits and whatnot underground,
Okay.
but like not a lot of it.
Okay.
Mostly all of the presence is in the city and under the city directly.
Okay.
But the forest is relatively clear.
Okay.
Velas, how many mind flayers did you say you sensed?
Dozens?
And they
More
have
than we can
been
fight.
they have been taking people. And with what is
That's a
happening to
fair
Liam
assumption.
Monroe's,
Could be propagating.
Yeah.
That is my fear.
That makes
yes.
a lot of sense.
She is like gripping, like her knuckles are turning white at her sides after like what happened just
So
before.
what, they're trying to turn the people into more of themselves so they can establish themselves here?
Yeah, they're rebuilding
Build
an
an
army.
Do we really want to leave them to
Considering
rebuild?
how
an
many
army?
resources they burnt in Taliana.
Yeah.
Well, now we know what is happening here. If
I'm more
that is
concerned
true.
about we don't seem there's no there doesn't seem to be a big bad.
There's not, it's not a
Yeah.
colony, there's not an elder brain.
Nothing seems to be leading.
Somebody has to be giving them directions, keeping them organized, though, if they're this organized.
It may
must
just
that not be the
something-
mind flayers themselves? Are they
Mind
not a
players
hive
are
mind?
smart.
Yeah.
I feel like
What?
still.
Yeah, but if they're anything
Ooh.
like Taliana, we should assume that if one spots us, they all know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. I think as far as the mind flayers go, the only way we break that is figuring out where their elder brain is, which could be anywhere.
Does it have to be
So
close?
that's not much help. Does it?
I
Would they
mean,
stay
you
within a
seem to
certain range of
know
it?
the most about mind flayers of any of us. So if you don't even know,
Did they not plane shift? Like we know they can plane shift.
I'm
Yeah,
literally asking Brendan if Velas would know
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Velas would know. Like, I mean, there are all sorts of reasons why mind flayers would leave a colony to scout, to get slaves, to get fodder, to just attack anything that might be a threat that's nearby. Something concentrated, like, it's sort of like, you'd almost wonder, like, why are they attacking the surface if, because normally they just attack other cultures in the Underdark. So the fact that they're operating this close to the surface and actually operating on the surface would imply that while they don't necessarily have to operate within a certain radius of their colony, their colony wouldn't be too far away.
Share that. I mean, we've been talking about the mountains. Their colony could be there, for all we know.
Could be. So the real question is, do we want to head straight there, or do we want to try and thin out the problem here? Even if
I
it
don't think
won't
thinning out the problem is
solve
gonna
the
help if
problem
they're
in
gonna
the,
keep coming.
I don't think there's a lot of thinning out to be done. We could take down
Trying to
40
I
or
believe
50 and
if-
it's not going to do much.
if our goal is
Oh.
to help
But if they aren't
save the
propagating
city,
themselves, then
if we do not go straight to the source, we're just going to keep cutting weeds forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that we can do anything here
Mhm.
until
agreed. Of course,
Whatever
there's
is the
no
most
guarantee that the mountains are related.
No. Do we have any way that we might be able to check or get more of a
Go and look.
better idea?
I don't.
any sort of divination, looking
Yeah,
to
that's-
Yeah,
like
that's why I was
Elias
like,
and
kind of like at
Moira.
Elias, like, I don't, like, honestly, like, I have no idea, but like, if anybody knows, it would probably be Elias.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I could think of is scrying, but I don't think I can really do that on something I don't know.
Yeah, you need a
I
thing
need
to
a specific target,
Mhm.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
Or
illusions.
an area that you are at least familiar with, so if it's somewhere
Yeah.
you've never been, I don't know.
You could scry on the mountains, but we'd need to know where in the mountains.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a little too broad. Yeah.
That's the other trick. We don't know exactly
Yeah.
where in the mountains, just somewhere to the east.
I think finding the colony is really the only option as far as the mind flayers go, though.
Yeah.
And as long as the mind flayers are here,
We're really equipped to fight a mind flayer colony, though.
I mean,
There
they're
is also the
definitely
fact.
not. And I'm not
Two
gonna
of them by
lie. If,
yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie that thought doesn't scare the shit out of me, and I kind of just want to say fuck all of it right now.
We do
Weren't
know
only that easy.
somewhere we could get information about where those monks were hiding out.
Hmm.
The council. Because they wanted us to look into it.
True,
That's
they did.
fair.
That's something.
Because Leah's friend was looking into it.
Yeah.
That is
They
true.
were looking into. I mean, it makes sense. They're
It's probably why she
kind
died.
of on their doorstep. But...
That is also fair.
Sibyllith wouldn't have ever mentioned anything to Leah or anyone because that was a newer mission of hers, wasn't it? Like,
Yeah, she basically
why
got
she
killed on the way
died.
back from it.
Yeah, it was like I was assuming I was just making sure. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that would have been Leah would not have heard about that one, but
All right, so we ask the council what they know about where the
Do
Mind
we?
Flayer.
I'm polling the question. I'm saying we could get information. Do we feel like dealing with those assholes?
We need a lead, right?
I mean,
And at this
And
point, they
honestly-
have very little choice in the matter if they want anything done. Perhaps they would be more willing to speak
The
to
monks
us.
are the
At
only-
least
I mean,
You'd
you
think, but
the elf that
you
we found
Sorry.
that we helped was at least willing to speak to us, as was the others, and work together. So perhaps they shall be more so now.
Could just contact her instead of, dealing with whatever barricade they got going on.
no, I'm not. I agree that perhaps going to them, at least initially, is not the best choice. Perhaps,
And,
yeah, we could.
I mean, I've not met
ask.
these people, but you said they are the ones that told you about these monks in the mountains. So I feel like asking them for a little more information should not be out of the question. If they are the ones who asked you to take care of it, they should be willing to provide.
They didn't
any
really
information
ask
they have.
us so
Yeah.
much as imply it was beneath them.
yeah.
The council is not the most
They're assholes.
Yeah.
friendly bunch.
They're stuck up.
Shall
in
we
their
say
own-
that I got held at sword point for attempting to make it so I could understand what they were saying?
They're
Not
jumping.
sure.
Let's just
Kinds
say
of
they
people
only
just have
like
these-
their own kind and look down on everybody else.
But for now, I believe the phrase is "beggars cannot be choosers." So perhaps
And
they shall be
ultimate-
more.
Question is
or
if they're
us.
going to see it that way.
I don't know how much
Yeah.
I don't know
yeah,
if
I
I want
mean,
to, have them rub it in our face for doing them a favor, or us rub it in their face for saving their asses.
I mean,
Doesn't
If
really matter
per-
right now.
there is.
Hey,
the-
I'm
there-
just saying,
It's like,
do it
can't
for the
we
city.
just
I don't
do
know
the
how
right thing
feel
for the
about
sake of
doing
doing
them
the
a
right
favor.
thing.
There is the one member of the council that you've spoken to before, Elias. Perhaps we just reach out to her, see
mean,
what
there were
she
a couple,
knows. Let
Well-
her know that
Yeah, there's her.
this
There's
information
also-
is information we need if she wants any chance of having her city back.
Yeah, there's also so. I can't believe I'm about to suggest this. There's another council member that might actually maybe be another option.
What, the asshole who might not
Yeah,
be an
sorry.
asshole but chose to act like an asshole anyway?
Yeah.
That was very
Leah's-
confusing.
All right.
Leah is so
what?
confused by this now. She's just like, I give up.
Council member, he's an asshole, but I mean that's just he may be an asshole with a not, good whatever.
Let us
Good
simply
motive?
say
He's
that
the one.
No,
He's the one
terrible.
I'd really like to rub it in his face, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Before we
Then why don't we
left-
talk to this guy?
Well, because before we left, he spoke to me in common and implying that things are not as they seem in Guarden. He knew something seemed to imply something was going on.
For
and-
clarification, Leomoira, they did not speak to us in anything but Old Elvish.
In that
Oh.
case,
Did not get to
if
chance to
he
talk to
if he
them.
gave you that, then I'd say he's the one to talk to. He,
I mean, yes, if he entrusted you with
I would-
telling you that there was more going on behind the
I
scenes.
think he was
than-
just playing a card.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if entrusted is the right word. I don't know if we can trust him, but I think
Well, either of
It's
these
not the
two.
lead.
Let me put it this way. He reminded me of me.
Yeah, thinking a moment at that. That actually makes sense.
Leah's just like,
that
what?
explains a lot.
Well,
Let's go
could we
there.
ask both?
Kitty.
Or would it be better to ask only one?
I say one, unless we.
Yeah.
Or ask one, and if one does not have the answers, ask the other.
Well,
I don't see why that's out of the question.
And perhaps we start that conversation tonight. Well,
Yeah. Before we rest.
the magic.
As long
you
as
able to?
Elias is able to, yeah.
Yeah. I've still got. I've not used a lot of spells, so yes, I've got plenty of.
We've been clouds most of the day.
just
Yeah.
try to leave as little information about where we are specifically.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. I mean,
stick to the
I'm willing to-
information we want.
Yeah.
How about that?
So who do we start with then?
The
Whoever
more
you
trustworthy
trust
one.
more.
yeah.
Okay.
This is the untrustworthy one.
I don't know who that would necessarily be, but specifically the two people that you've interacted with in that sense. You
I
have
was gonna say, Waria
Soomness.
trusts one more, but
you have Soomness. That is the
One's
previous
female, one's male. That makes it pretty.
Yeah, there you go.
partner of Sibyl, and you have Indil.
Indil's, yeah.
Oh, Indil.
I mean, I feel
Indil's
like
an asshole.
given that I mean, yeah, and Waria didn't really interact directly with either of them, but she tends to
Yeah, I
favor
feel
the
like-
one who was in a relationship with Sibyl because, like,
Yeah. I mean, Leah doesn't. I don't know that that's actually been brought up to Leah.
In Discord,
I
there was
think it's been
something-
briefly
yeah.
mentioned in this conversation.
No, they mentioned that
Yeah.
Sibylith was investigating,
mission.
but the direct relation, because I feel like Leah would have maybe not known the name, but probably known if.
I mean, it was kind of a
significant
secret relationship.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
how
think it was
much
a secret.
Sibylith would have spoken openly about it. That's up to
I'm
Brandon.
just like, it's the Furbolgs. I feel like if anything, it would be like relief of like, I can talk to you guys because who are you going to tell? I could be wrong, but that's kind of my take. Is like, she came with all these stories and things, and it's literally the culture that is not going to judge her and not going to tell anybody else because why do that? Who do they see? But I don't know. But like I said, either way, I don't think she would have known a name. So unless that has been specifically mentioned as this was Sibyl's significant other, Leah has no idea.
So, which is Elias cast sending towards?
yeah.
I mean, I'm.
Are you pooping?
What?
Jester. Are you pooping?
That's something that Laura Bailey sometimes asks when Jester
Oh.
casts
I
sending.
don't know that
forgot
I've seen her
about
do that yet.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
she does. It
Definitely.
happens.
Frequently.
Usually she's talking to the gentleman.
Or,
Or Essex.
yeah, say, or
Yeah.
Essex.
Yeah, I'm still far enough back that Essex hasn't even like shown up again.
Oh, wow. I always
Like-
forget how much is between various episodes.
Like they
Yeah.
haven't been back to
Mhm.
like yeah.
Anyway,
mean-
All right.
who is Elias casting sending towards? I mean, you know, if he asks Wiria favors the woman, just because the
Yeah.
guy sounds like a dick.
Have we set up the dome at all yet? Or
Yeah.
No, well, you wouldn't be able to cast sending through the dome. So
Yeah.
if we did, I mean, Wiria would set up the dome whenever anyone asked for the dome. So
Well, I feel like we're gonna bunk down here, so maybe
Mhm.
while he's doing this.
yeah, Wiria can set up the dome.
I mean, I'm kind of curious to hear what I already blanked on his name.
Indil?
Indil.
Indil. It's like Indil. Personally, I'm kind of curious as to what he has to say.
It is entirely up to Elias, nor does he have to disclose who he's talking to.
That's
before
true.
he
I mean,
speaks.
if he's presenting that question to the group, then
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
depends on
I
how
what if
guess
it's
Elias
you
is
just
doing.
thinking?
Yeah, I mean, kind of thinking aloud.
Is Elias smart or is Elias impulsive? It comes down to this question
It's
again.
Elias.
That's a very obvious answer.
Exactly.
Haven't you met him?
Technically, he I think he does have the highest intelligence in the group. However, that does not preclude him from being reckless.
Having intelligence and using intelligence are two different things.
Which is funny because he technically also has like the highest wisdom.
He does also have the highest wisdom now. Again.
Dude, if you've got enough spell slots, you can just cast it twice.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, that's why I'm like, do you want? I can just ask both of them and not tell them that I'm asked.
I mean,
there is merit
For
in
personal
that,
reasons, I don't
things.
want that asshole. I want that asshole to have as little information about what we're doing as possible.
But
honestly, I think that asking him is not a bad idea.
I mean, I'm definitely not going to give him a lot of, hey, we're here.
And doth we think they speaketh to each other? In this particular instance.
I mean, they're on the council, but considering how secretive they've been,
yeah,
I don't feel like they're going to discuss things openly. They don't trust each other.
Yeah, he definitely didn't seem to trust the others.
But again, circumstances change.
Yeah, but they don't always change the people.
Yeah.
Not always, but sometimes.
It's a bad either way.
Yeah. I mean, I could just say, hey, we're looking into the monks in the mountains. Do you have any leads? Any advice?
Direction?
Yeah, I feel like more specifics on the location is...
Yeah, do you have any direction? Can...
How big, how extensive was the map that Pernell picked up? Was it just a map of the city, or did it have any...
A rough sketch of the city.
Yeah.
With a bunch of notations as to like...
Not official or anything, definitely handmade. I could
It's a
tell
heist
that.
map.
Yeah, it was, I mean, map, you don't necessarily like go to the Chamber of Commerce and pick up a map of the city and tourist destinations in these days, in Gordon and stuff.
But there are map makers.
Right. It definitely was it was more representational than it was like...
So it was as detailed as it needed to be for their purposes, but not necessarily general use.
Yeah, the areas that were specifically detailed were mostly detailed because that's where they were focused on. Mm-hmm. Everything else was just sort of like a rough sketch. I mean, it was roughly proportionate, but having both seen probably a map of the city of Gordon as well as the city of Gordon from a map perspective, high up in the air, you could definitely see it was. Yeah.
I forget. Did we have a group have any kind of map of the area? I don't know. Like, obviously, there's not as much past a certain point. Which is
I didn't think so, which is why I grabbed it.
His own. But
I like the Menagerie Coast, the general region, the area around Gordon. Nothing specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Best we've got is if we head east, we'll hit mountains and somewhere that way.
You've got 25 words.
Vels's ability might be able to help closer.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to home in on
that is true.
That's true.
As long as you get within 5-6 miles, fellas can.
Do we want to bet on that instead of bringing in outside parties?
I mean,
who said we had to
asking
bring them
for
in?
a little
We're just
information
asking
doesn't
advice.
hurt.
Yeah.
If we're going potentially, if
Not
there's a
inviting them
chance
to
of
come
walking
along.
into a mind flayer colony, I don't want to do that blind.
And if the information doth not seemeth to be right, or wrong, then we shall know who definitely not to trust or to trust, depending. Perhaps. Just like trying to be very astute about that, and then we're like, maybe?
Oh,
If we don't completely trust either of them and they give us
Yeah.
conflicting information, which one do you want to trust?
Trust. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I completely trust either of them, so.
Whichever one
Assume this
matches
is
what we
Knight,
find.
words.
but you can't always trust Knight.
And she was also emotionally motivated.
Yes.
Better.
That too.
I don't know. Do what you're gonna do. Talking about it's not gonna change
Yeah,
much.
alright.
No.
I guess I'll start. Well, I've got the spell slots to do it more than once, so. I'll start with Indil. I need to write it.
Indo. Something.
Yeah, Indil.
Guy or the girl?
I don't think I've actually wrote
Asshole.
asshole. Yeah.
That's just his name now, his asshole.
Probably did write it down and I lost the notebook. Alright. Yeah, I'll start with Indil.
So, you begin casting the spell. And there is always sort of this coldness when you reached out for the power granted to you by the Raven Queen. And you didn't really know anything else. But when you cast drawing upon the blessings of the Everlight, it always feels sort of like a wellspring of warmth, of hope, of a buoying presence that's reassuring. Very different. Instead of leaving your extremities slightly numb, you're actually sort of warmed and buoyed. But what do you say to Indil?
Okay. We're going to investigate the monks in the mountains.
9.
Any directions or information you might have could be useful?
You got like 4 or 5 words left.
Maybe tell him who you are.
You're at 19.
Yeah. This is Elias, by the way.
It's Elias. It's been a while.
That's it.
I like to imagine that it leaves off with that
since I
exact tone. It's Elias. It's been a while.
No, that
If they even know your
that
name.
reads.
Yeah.
That tracks. That tracks for Elias.
That's why it's great.
You finish the spell, sort of waiting for a response. And almost immediately, you hear back in that same sort of accented common that you had heard before. Elias? Oh. You survived.
I'm so surprised.
Well done. Responds much more quickly. I'm trying to like encapsulate it, respond, and also keep it within 25 words.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you're looking for the monks, they're at our doorstep.
What?
A little late,
Cool.
but any assistance. We're desperate. Council's gone. A few survivors hanging on. Any chance you're in town?
Is he hitting on Elias?
Yeah, this thing's very different than the guy.
Oh,
Man, when he playing the long con.
Neighbors grilling.
Hmm?
Smell good.
Oh,
Oh, food grilling. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
I
like to
can
think he
smell
said
it.
that.
Grilling just sounds.
Grilling cake. No good.
Yeah.
Hi, Kitty. That's very fun.
all right. Well, I'll relay that. So, according to Indil, the monks are here.
Huh.
Well, that
Not in the mountains
could
anymore.
change.
Yes.
If the
That
monks
explains
are
it.
here, then there's probably a more.
They may be
They
the
could
ones.
have an alliance with the mind flayers.
I suppose what constitutes here in the case of where he is now?
I think he meant Warden.
Gordon,
Elias?
I would assume Gordon in general. He said
What
the
did he
monks
s-
are at our doorstep.
That
So-
would imply Warden. Yes.
so I think
Okay.
it's
So, for clarification, what exactly or who exactly are these monks then? And
Okay.
They're crazy.
for those of us
They
who
work
have
as-
not encountered these before,
Yeah.
Yes,
Higan
for
and Leah.
Leah and
yeah, that's why I was like,
Hagen.
she's kind of motioning to Hegan too, of like, for
All
those of
right.
us who are new to this thing, care to explain?
Okay. So we first encountered these monks in a small town. They are quite racist, I would say.
Great.
They did
Cringe
not approve
slightly.
Every,
This doesn't sound promising.
anything other than human. Except that, well,
They
they
didn't
also
really care too much about
collaboration.
being human themselves.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
they
leader of
were-
the other one had
Yeah, the leader
basically
had
an aberrant
stone,
arm.
they were
They're kind
God.
of servants of the Chained Oblivion. That's really all you need to know.
Oh.
Has
dear.
Leah heard of the Chained Oblivion?
Basically, like the Chained Oblivion is the big boogie monster.
I mean, I know what it is, but
Yeah,
But for Leah, he's the big movie monster.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I mean-
it would have been this thing that they
most of
She's heard of,
ultimately
but not really fully encountered.
the
directly.
source and leader of pretty much all aberrations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's you would be familiar with it in the sense that there's legends of, one of the old ancient betrayer gods. That's the thing that sets the Chained Oblivion apart from the other betrayer gods is that like the Chained Oblivion kind of was always there. And it just sort of like showed up and made friends with the other betrayer gods ish. Not
So
really
it really
friends.
is the boogeyman of just like he's always been there lurking in the dark and like
Right. Like as long as there's been darkness, there's always been something lurking in it, and that would be the Chained Oblivion.
They are extremely unpleasant, and
That is a
the
word.
last time we encountered a group of them, they went completely, well, shall I say, completely insane.
Yeah. Started
That's
killing
putting
each
it
other.
lightly.
They were doing some
Started-
kind of ritual, and it kind of
No.
turned into them killing each other.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, what do you expect from anything that knowingly serves Tharsdoon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Truth, but the point being, they
Yeah.
are bad news, and we have had more than one run-in with at least some of them. I suppose now, if we count this, 3 run-ins with at least some of them. Because there was the first encounter, and then there was that one monk that we met
On
when
the
we
road to Gordon.
met on the road to Gwarden, and then there was, well, these monks who were apparently here.
so they serve the Chained Oblivion. I believe then it would be fair to say that they are what essentially led all of these aberrations here or ushered them in.
They're servants in and of themselves.
I don't know.
It's
They're
hard to say
just
who's leading
ones
what, honestly.
from-
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of have inside information about this. It's kind of my whole
It looks
Yeah.
funny at Aiden.
Turns back around.
Thing.
Sits down again.
Care to explain then?
well, let's just say there's 3 really big bads that are basically the commanders of the aberrations movements on this plane, and whatever is in this sword, it's part of our deal. We have to hunt down all 3 of them, and thank you very much. You did me a favor by nuking that tree because that was what remained of one of them.
Oh.
And we had briefly encountered one of the other ones before, or at least saw them because the head monk from Tissot was talking to him, and the guy was like, "You're useless, bye," and then we killed the guy. So he's probably around somewhere, and the fact that we haven't seen any signs of one of them yet is a little concerning, because that thing underneath the city doesn't sound like it's one of them.
It didn't
So
feel like a
there's
tree.
probably a Dalkir somewhere around here.
If they're this organized, it's
I feel like that would have been useful to know about a while ago.
How
What part?
doth we recognize one?
I
The word Delkir before.
leave an impression.
Yeah, I was like,
What was that, Brendan?
I don't think any of you would have ever even heard the word Delkir
I was
before.
assuming it went in one ear and out the other for Leah at least.
Yeah, which
was
is
like,
why-
okay, that's a big fancy word, but yeah, if
I
everybody's
feel like I asked Wander about this. I don't remember how specific the conversation got in the presence of everybody, but
Was this pre, or was this like NPC Wander?
yeah.
Yeah,
This
this
was
is second
NPC
halfway
Wander.
in.
She showed up. I asked her if she had
Yeah.
any kind of
Yeah, because we
experience
ran
with
into
things.
I remember
her
Aiden
after
actually.
Trisua, yeah.
The only thing that's stuck in my head is that if she knew
I think he
anything,
actually asked her about Dalkir specifically.
she probably would have just said like, "Stay the fuck away."
Yeah, that's basically what she did say. But
Yeah.
she has brought up the term
So,
before.
but hearing the term and seeing the joint looks of like slight confusion, Leah will just, what exactly is a Dalkir?
Let's just say there's Dune, and then there's Dalkir.
Oh, good.
Okay, so we're done.
Great.
That's
So
The Delkir are. Did you say they're above them?
And then they create a lot of the shadow things that.
Yeah.
See.
So
Like-
they would be the ones essentially moving the pawns around.
Let's say everything we basically encountered are the puppets, and they're the puppet masters.
And one was a tree?
It was what
Took
remained
over.
of them. They kind of
Three, I guess.
left not just the tree, but all of that fleshy stuff that basically covered the
Ooh,
entire
yeah,
ground of
the flesh
Talyana. That was
plant.
essentially all him.
Oh.
Good.
Oh,
ew.
that makes it worse.
It walked all over him, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't find out about that until after we had already nuked the tree. So
It's so long
All
ago,
right.
but Pernell already takes out the cleansing stone and just straight out of habit. Instinct.
Honestly, probably a good thing we didn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the disgusting flesh carpet.
Well, welcome to
Okay.
my life.
Once again. Just twice for good measure.
Maria wouldn't mind borrowing that.
Yeah, hold it out.
So we're looking for some giant lieutenant of Tharizdun that may or may not be able to do something.
I don't think we
like
should go
that.
hunting for him specifically. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll run
We
into
should,
him.
it's
but
more of a we should keep a wary
that's one
eye
of those
out
things. I don't
for.
think I'm pretty sure I've gotten a pretty good idea. Definitely shouldn't try to fight them directly until I have a full sword.
Probably a good
So
general
are we
sense is
planning
that
to
the-
deal with the monks?
The general sense is that the Dalkir are the progenitors of Illithid, beholders. The Dalkir are the ones who created the Illithid
Oh,
and the
fun.
beholders, and all the aberrations that exist were all crafted out of warped mutations of various races and stuff by the Dalkir. At
Lovely.
least that's the sense that you've gathered.
Very pleasant.
And they all look different. One was flesh carpet. We know some what the others are
Well,
like.
I mean, they're
Moisturize
essentially they can manipulate the flesh to create these creations. I'm sure they can manipulate themselves to an extent. I mean, you've seen what I do
Sure.
with this sword. It was made by one of them.
Quite possibly, then what you are saying
was
is
what?
they don't have a set physical form. They take on whatever form
Wait.
suits them at
If
the
your
moment.
sword was made by one of them, why the fuck are you using it?
It's a long. I forget how much I've
I
said.
feel like
It's
everything with you is a long
I don't
story.
think you've
Aiden.
said anything about that.
I
sword, to be clear.
mean, my life is complicated, as with everything.
Yeah.
Hi, Cat. You're clearly.
You've seen the way that they react to this sword. They're
Yeah.
scared of it. It's something that is designed to kill them.
Then why did they make it?
I don't have that full story yet. Again, the sword doesn't remember because it doesn't have its full form, so it doesn't have its full memories.
This is gonna get very
Have you
real very quickly.
explained the whole sword has memories thing? I feel like it came up again, but it came up at some point, and I remember being like, "What?" But
Oh yeah,
has that
last
been
time you explained
explained?
things.
The sword has memories. I feel like we
Look,
asked
I'm
that
just
once and never
gonna-
really got that straight answer.
Aiden, all I'm gonna say is be fucking careful with that thing.
What?
Hmm?
There was movement. I couldn't hear.
I said be fucking careful with that thing.
Hey, why do you think?
What?
You cut out.
Why do you think I got rid of the soul stone? It liked it too much.
That makes sense.
Comforting, but
Yeah, it was like a slave. Oh.
Yeah,
Hmm.
just
okay.
I'm not against a weapon that's going to help us get rid of this shit, but be wary of when you put it back together.
All I know is it very much wants the others dead. And that's good enough for me for now. But anything else? We'll see.
All right.
Casual alliances are alliances.
So this raises again the question of what
do we
is our goal right now?
I mean, is our plan to go to the monks? We don't even really know where they are.
We
They're
haven't
at our
seen
doorstep,
any
so we
evidence
want
of the
them.
monks
haven't
specifically
seen
flying
anything.
over, did we?
No.
No, the only evidence we have is that dude said they were on their doorstep.
And perhaps
Which
more
could be
information about
anywhere.
that is necessary first.
Yeah.
So maybe talk to the other one, see if you can get any more details.
Yeah.
I mean, if they sounded like they, were welcoming help, it would be helpful to know where they are, where their quote-unquote
Because
doorstep is.
obviously if they're in the city, they're holed up somewhere. And
Yeah, because he also said the council is gone.
Yeah.
oh well, that's
No,
not
no.
disappointing at all.
I mean, not surprising.
That's strange.
Gone as
honestly.
in they got caught, or gone as in they ran
They left.
Ran.
Does it really matter?
Yeah. Either
Not
way.
really.
No.
At this
If they
moment.
were a part of the council, then what makes them different?
Maybe they got stuck. Maybe they got unlucky.
Yeah.
Well, either way, somebody's holding the line towards that part of the
Yeah.
town. So
Yeah.
obviously, someone in charge is still
Someone
here.
is in charge over there. Yeah. They've set up. Well, yeah, I can try contacting Sumnis, see if she says anything, what she says.
I mean, did he seem to know that we had contacted her?
No. He
That
asked
would
if we were
imply that they're not talking.
Yeah.
I mean,
He,
there's only so much you
didn't
can
seem to
say
know
in
we
those
were-
kind of communications, right?
He asked if we were in town as well.
Fair enough.
Didn't
All
seem
right.
to be in communication with anyone else in the council, so. Unless he was lying. But
I mean, that's
I don't
obviously
think they
always
have
an
much-
option.
I don't know, did I do a check on just how did he did he sound?
Sound what?
Like he was
Oh.
lying.
Bill, like through the voice inflection? Get the beat on like
He
how
he
earnest.
seemed first honestly surprised that you survived. So the range of emotion went from surprise to amusement, maybe amusement / bemusement. He was scornful of the
Yeah.
council and hopeful that you were around.
Okay. So
And it's difficult to dissemble when you're making like an actual
yeah.
psychic connection. Like you're not necessarily reading body language and stuff, but
Yeah.
you know, it's like that's the thing. It's like when you're communicating like that, it's like it's not just words, but
It's like an insight check on a text message.
right.
The worst.
So you're just sort of like hearing the emotion that he's putting into the various words,
Yeah.
but there's no body language to really follow it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, if we want, I can send Sumnis a message. Be like, all right, should I let her know we're here, or?
I mean, she
didn't
was the one
you
that
already say we were
you
coming?
said we were coming, or you
said we were coming.
or asked us to come, or something.
It's not like she's in a position to make any demands anyway. She tried to tell us to come find her. We wouldn't have to.
Well,
We can always just tell her we're close.
are close.
I mean, that sort of strikes a balance between we're here and we're
Yeah,
coming, and
we're close.
it's true. We aren't there.
We think the monks might be involved with this. Yeah, or are the monk? Does it? I don't know if we want to say does.
Have you seen any sign of the
Seen any
monks'
sign of the
involvement?
monks?
From what you've told me, it does not seem out of the question to be concerned that they may have a hand in this.
You think they may have a hand in this?
Yeah. I mean, that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah. All right. I'll go ahead and cast sending again. And yeah, I'm gonna need a break for coffee and shortly.
Yep. Like after this sending would be a good break time.
Break time. So.
Oh wait, in that case, I'm gonna order.
Whoa, robot!
Oh no, robot!
Yeah.
Hopefully that was not her screaming that her house got struck by lightning.
No.
Sounded like ordering something.
Okay.
But so yeah, I'll send be like, it's Elias. We're close. Have you seen any sign of the monks? We think they may be involved. Good.
Hey.
You're so weird.
There's a few moments before you hear back. You hear, Elias, I'm glad you're safe. The city has fallen, and we've taken refuge up north. Please stay away from Borden. Monsters and worse are there.
Too late.
Oops.
So.
All right, so we've got one. Do we want to take a break and then discuss?
Yes,
Yeah,
let's take a break there.
Break time. All right.
All right. Let me take this puppy out.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow the lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell
She's just like she doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's.
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Not how modern play works.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Specifically, that one's called, fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it, I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, fuck, this is a terrible place.
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah. So as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, "Yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again."
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I
do. I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. Because I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the fuck I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of 2 people who have very strong ideas on 2 groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the
welcome.
main takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for Euelia. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops. Inflict whoops. As if I've made a terrible mistake.
Zafar shouts from his pedestal at the far end. Get a move on! I'm getting bored up here.
Is he talking to us or the slugs?
Hey, you guys.
I mean, why isn't he shouting at the slugs then? They're not doing anything.
And they're the ones that really are moving kind of slow right now.
Finish him off already.
So that's a question. When you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage or just any kind of acid?
Are you just gonna like throw up on him? Stomach acid?
Actually, now that you see it,
I
I wasn't thinking that, but yeah, that would work.
Is a ready supply of acid?
I will give you that does 1 acid damage if you throw up on the slug.
Well, that's anybody.
Then wait, let me get the flame blade ready. Flame blade on, motherfuckers.
Alright. You pop a flame blade in your hands. Bauer, how do you make yourself vomit on the slug?
Oh god.
On the list of things I never thought would happen in a D&D game, my players vomiting on an enemy to kill it. Roll to hit the slug with vomit.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of quadrupedal.
Fast it up. The bear's walking on 2 legs now.
No, it's definitely not bear tracks anymore. It's definitely
it's not bear.
No, they're
Changing the shape of his foot.
They're definitely humanoid.
Father Fike was about to have a conniption with freaking
yeah.
Noxus. He's about to be like, "You fucking idiot! It's still a fucking bear."
That's how we couldn't find
It's a tricky bear. It found shoes. It put shoes on. This is where it sat and put on shoes. It had to struggle with the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for a trap.
It wore its last traveler's skin.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that was when God carried the bear.
Yeah.
God, for the love of Cord, stop.
Oh my god!
All right, we know that there are 1,000,001 bear puns out there. Let's try.
And I can, you know what, guys, Yeah, I'm barely holding myself together right now.
This turns Persona 4 very quickly.
Oh God.
This is just unbearable.
Yeah, that pun was unbearable.
All right, everybody get them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
All right. Anyway,
We're good. We're good.
all right, that's where we're gonna call it tonight.
What is this other book that you speak of? And she sort of closes the book in Dwarvish, and she kind of sits up a little bit and sits back, sort of in that centered watery area, and with a lot more dexterity than you would expect, actually slips the Dwarvish book into the bag of holding, and then flips open the butter churning milkmaid, like, flipping through it sort of page by page.
She was very accurate in how she described it.
She was. You're not wrong.
And you can see after a moment she just stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute best to keep a completely straight face.
Yeah.
Wiria is keeping a straight face.
Elias is trying so hard not to laugh.
Bellis has high charisma. I think he's good, but it's
or not just not react.
Katana's just.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like. She turns like one page, and she's like reading through it. She kind of
good parts.
Well, she flipped through a bunch of it. She stops, and she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you, and then she looks back to the book.
Oh, we just gave the dragon a bodice buster.
And she looks back to you. I have lived for almost 1,000 years. I have seen the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never experienced anything like this.
Something we don't have in common.
She sort of like leans down, looks at all of you like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people create much of this?
Have you heard of the great word archive of our own?
It is perhaps more common than it should be. But
Yep. Varying degrees of quality, but
as with all things.
It seemed like something that perhaps, as you said, you have not had the opportunity to experience.
She sort of nods her head and slides into the bag of holding with the other book.
And thus ends the saga of the Butter Milkmaid. 30 fucking sessions.
Oh my god.
We gave it to a dragon.
Okay, this is probably the worst use of an insight check ever, but does she seem to like it?
Actually, yeah,
actually.
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
I need to know this. I need to know.
Oh no, you guys. Hey, that's I know, I'm like, I want to roll 2, but that's
14!
15!
20. 20.
20 for insight on the dragon liking the smut.
Okay. All right. Go into the Whispers channel because it's Whispers time.
Beyond.
I thought very carefully, by the way, about how weary I should describe the smut.
Yeah.
She wanted to be 100% accurate, but also, positive about this document book.
The dragon's just putting in the name of like her high school's crush as opposed to the Lord in this book. The the dragon creates the first fanfic.
I want you to bring me more.
Cortana just starts writing fanfic. Full on dragon age.
Eventually becomes a world-renowned smut writer.
Oh God, she finds it later
is a
in
smut
a
writer.
different life, and like, what
There we
the
go.
fuck?
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
Really?
I
don't know.
assume thou
I'm
hast
pretty
heard such a
satisfied.
thing many times. He set himself up for that fucker.
Elias just falls out of his chair.
This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
With that confirmation, especially, she'll just look at Elias and say, "I do believe Weir's."
Okay. And we're back.
Elias finishes his incantation, waits for a moment, cocks his head to the side as he receives the reply. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
What news?
Yeah. So, well, Zumna said just to stay out of the city. She said, don't come to Guarden.
So she fucked off.
Yeah, she said we've fled north. So I'm basically confirming what we heard from, asshole.
Great.
Did she not tell us to
Peaced
go
out.
there not a day ago?
She
I don't. Did she actually ask us to come? Before, or just say that
I don't
Guarden was
recall
overrun
if
and
you
we
told us
decided?
specifically, but I
I
believe
think
that
sent her
she
like
told
2
us
days
that-
ago, and
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I mean, I know
I'm like,
she's how we
honestly, I'm
found out.
surprised.
She's how we found out what was
Yeah.
going on,
Yes.
but I don't remember if she specifically
I
said.
don't know that she
come.
specifically asked us to help. I believe it was just, oh, they are in danger. We should go help.
Yeah.
Of course, the shifty one's more helpful.
Yeah. No.
I mean, it doesn't sound like either of them gave us a ton of information.
No.
One gave us.
Yeah, he
slightly
I mean,
more
we did get
useful
new information from one of them.
Yeah.
Sounds like she basically told us everything we already know because
she
we went to
said
the city.
yeah.
In fairness, she didn't know we had gone to the city.
No, I'm not saying it's her fault. I'm just.
Yeah, no, I understand.
You asked her about the monks, right?
Mm-hmm. I asked her
So
if
does anybody think it's weird that she didn't even
she didn't
attempt to
even
answer
mention
the
that. She just said there's monsters and worse, and stay away from the city.
It could be odd. It could be that she's just genuinely freaked out. Like, I don't know. I hate to.
I mean, it's hard to get a read on people over, this sort of communication without.
But here's the thing, like, if the monk's such a big deal, to be directly asked and then not respond about it, this seems odd.
I mean, but it's only a few words. If she thought what was more important was stay away from the city, then, well, that's not a direct answer, which is frustrating. It's not actually a reason to distrust her. It's a reason to think she thought
It's
that
a
was
reason to
more
assume
important.
she's not going to be any further help.
Yeah.
It is a reason to assume we
True.
probably
Not
shouldn't
gonna be
ask her more questions. You are correct. I don't know that
Whatever
it's
the
necessarily a reason to
situation, the
trust
council's gonna be no
the other council member more, however.
More, yeah.
So what's the next step then? Do we stick around here because apparently the monks are here? We haven't seen any signs of
Yeah,
them.
we haven't seen any. I mean,
Yeah, but how are we going to find them if they even want to?
Aren't
We have
you
no
able
idea where
to
they are.
ask in Indil once more?
Yeah, I could contact Indil again.
There's only
and
so
be like,
many places that could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you really want to be looking around for them at this
Do you
in this
know?
moment?
I mean,
mean-
Delis's thing only picks up. You only pick up on aberrations, right? They could.
Right, I'm not going to be able to find a monk unless he's got an aberration in him, or
you run into him.
And no one hath magic
I mean,
to
anyone
locate
can find a monk if you
humanoids.
run into him.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just thinking if it becomes we need to scout, you and I are perhaps the best suited for that.
I don't think
Though
there's
I would
much in the
prefer
city
not to
for
do
us
that.
at this point, but
I mean, it somewhat depends on whether the monks are here and whether whatever piece of Aiden's sword we're looking for is here or in the mountain, but we don't know.
We don't know that.
Yeah. I mean, Indale's message seemed to imply that the monks are here, or at least they're. I mean, I don't. I can ask and for more clarification, but
No, I understand.
yeah.
I mean, it's not like, I don't know. It's not like Tasoa. The main
Yeah.
city here is basically just the aberrations playground. It's not like the monks are patrolling it or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Yeah, this is
that is
different.
definitely different from Tusaw.
I mean, they're patrolling for. They're looking for something here.
I mean, it
But we
could
saw-
just
we only
be that this is what Tasoa would have become if
Yeah.
we left it alone.
And though this, well, I suppose we were gone for. We don't know how recently they came, do we?
Suppose we did leave it alone somewhat.
Hmm.
Unfortunately.
right after we left, wasn't it?
I mean, the monks weren't even in the city when we were
No,
here.
not that we saw.
All right, so
I mean, there was
Haku, we're not
definitely
going to go see
unrest
Kira.
in
I'm
the city
sorry.
when we left, but
I'm going to mute for a second because my dog's friend just went by.
Well, do we want to try getting more information, or should we see what we can find out on our own in the morning?
I think more information would be better if we can.
yeah.
If there's the
I
magic
can't.
for today.
I can still send a few more messages today.
We can get more information and then rest.
I mean, it's worth asking if he has more. If worst case, the answer is no.
From a meta standpoint, I would rather burn through the spell slots right before rest.
Yeah.
than wait until the morning.
Yeah, I was trying to say that in the character, but
always.
Yeah, I mean, where he is just agreeing that it's worth at least asking.
Yeah.
She doesn't mind doing it now because she also agrees.
Yeah. I mean, I can just say, again, we're close. Any,
I mean,
a direction from where they came from?
Are you in?
Ask him if he knows anything
Are you
about
in the
them.
city?
About the monks, yeah. Are you? Yeah. Where are you? Actually, yeah. So, are you in the city? Are you in the forest?
I mean, yes, you could say, where are you? You could just ask if, are you in the city? Because if he's not, one would assume, no, we're in the forest or something like that.
Where are the monks operating out of?
Yeah.
We
Where do
haven't
they
seen
seem to
them.
be operating from?
or the last location you know they were at.
Yeah.
Yes, on our doorstep is
Very vague.
So,
Vague.
yes.
Yeah.
Dramatic but vague.
But yes, if he knows that we are close by and potentially able to be of aid, he may be more willing to give us a more precise location. Without giving away our positions.
Yeah. All right. I'll do using some of these higher level spell slots.
Big sending.
Yeah, big sending.
That doesn't give you more words or anything.
It does not give you more words.
It'd be great if they did.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't actually upcast sending.
Until Jester makes her own, Jester's special sending spell.
Which she would. You know she would.
So you're going to cast sending again, targeting, or not targeting, but to Indil again?
Indale again, yes.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Okay, let's try We're close. Where are you? Do you know where the monks seem to be headquartered? I don't know. Operating from? Centered?
I like the string of various ways to say.
Question mark?
Yeah.
Where are Monk?
Where are
Based near the Esplanade. Side note: the Esplanade was that big, long Broadway thoroughfare that led straight to the council tree chambers area. If you're near, come in person. If you're in the city, God's help you. I haven't seen monks in a while, but they were there at the beginning.
I'm assuming Elias relays that.
Yeah.
To us.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. So yeah. So he's in the forest. He's nearby. Potentially one of the people organizing this. It's kind of a gesture to the barricade of. So yeah, they haven't seen any monks in a while, but I guess they were the ones when all this started.
Makes sense.
Leaving it, so either they've all left or they're all.
Or they backed off.
Yeah.
And the aberrations do the rest.
Yeah.
Maybe they got what they wanted.
Sounds likely.
Or like the others, they went insane.
Yeah.
That's also possible.
Yeah.
So where he said he's
he said he's
Esplanade?
I missed the very beginning of that. So he's on that like main thoroughfare to the council chambers.
I mean, what do you think? I mean, I don't know how much bureaucracy bullshit we'll have to deal with this time, but
At this point, it's entirely possible he's the only council member left in the city.
Well, he's not in the city, right?
Well, yeah, whatever. In the general
Vicinity?
Vicinity.
Technically, the forested part is part of the city.
Okay. But he said
Because-
if you're in the city, God, help
Yeah.
you. So.
The city proper, I guess.
All right. Well,
Downtown. If you're downtown.
That sounds like perhaps he's our best starting point then. I
suppose.
Do we trust him? And where he looks at everyone else, 'cause he is really
No, we
bad at
don't
making that
fucking
decision.
trust him.
But there's no. That's
Okay,
no reason
correction.
Not to
Do we
talk to
trust him enough to go to him?
I don't think he's going to get anything for bringing us there. Unless he was working with the monks, and if he was working with the monks, he wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah,
so then we get information out of him.
Dire circumstances
Either
make
way,
it
he's a
strange
lead.
bedfellows.
Yeah.
All right, so we head to him next.
I say
In the morning.
we try and get there with as little interaction with the guards as possible. If we can skirt their troop line.
I mean, I always support avoiding fighting more aberrations that we don't have to, so...
Well, not the aberration.
Well, no, I think
Guards.
I'm talking
Oh,
about Gordon's
okay.
guards. Yeah.
Gordon's guards, fair enough. That
Not a bad idea, because it doesn't give him any leverage to try to pressure us with.
Nope. We're going to see him on our terms, not his.
Yeah.
I like it.
I will leave that much up to you all. I have no prior interactions with them, so I trust you to know the best
The
way to
worse
do that then.
The less that we deal with them, the better.
Well, I guess we get some rest.
Yeah. I think right now we have.
Sleep.
Definitely have
Rest.
have some watches posted throughout the night.
Yes.
For sure.
And stay within the dome as much as possible.
I can take first then. Or last,
I
depending on which
honestly
people-
don't feel much like sleeping, so I think I'll be up either way.
Okay.
Before they do sleep or whatever, Leo was gonna just cast a quick plant growth just to make kind of a hedge around their camp.
Sure.
To make it difficult terrain so that if anything does try to come in, we will at least hear snap, crackle, pop on the way.
And I think maybe like about 50, 60 feet out from that, I'll just take a perimeter and set up an alarm.
Where did Stu wish to identify this? Holding up
Oh.
the...
Oh, right, the ring.
Yeah. I mean, at any point
feel like
that
she-
time
Well, I could
allowed,
have been
she
doing
would
that while
have cast
Elias was doing all the
identify.
sending stuff, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
At some point in this evening, she would cast identify.
Right.
Though if Elsa's staying up already, Pernell might take last watch then, so then she'll be up early as usual.
Alarm can only do like a 20-foot cube. So
Okay,
you can't do it on the exterior of the perimeter of
You do it on the
her-
interior though, just in
Yeah.
case.
Yeah, the farthest out part.
Right. So you've got the plant growth, you've got the alarm, and then you've got the
Plant
dome.
growth doesn't totally keep them out. It just hinders movement. But
Actually,
if
I lied. I just checked my spells and I do not have alarm right now,
So never mind.
I wouldn't be able to do that.
If we want to
I
be
forgot I
completely
swapped it
not
for
subtle,
ensnaring
I could
strike.
throw up a guard. So if we want to be completely not subtle about it, I could throw up a guardian of faith.
Isn't it only an hour though?
It's 8 hours.
Oh, wow.
That's a little ostentatious.
But it's not subtle.
Yeah, met us.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah, I would
was
suggest against that.
I was like, plant growth also helps to kind of hide, any. I know we're in the dome, but the dome's not invisible, right? So.
I mean, Wiria would make it as
blends
blend in as
Camo
much as she
dome.
possibly could. Well, it wouldn't be camo, but it'd be like the color of the surrounding area.
But yeah, so that's part of, I think, at least my thinking with plant growth too is
It would be hard to distinguish from a distance.
Make
Yeah,
it,
exactly.
hide us.
Oh, if you're saying anything, Kia, you're very quiet and.
No. Hang
Okay.
on.
Oh, it's just background noise. Okay, making sure.
So do we know what that ring is?
Sorry.
So it is a minor magical enchantment that serves. Basically, it's like a key. That when brought near a counterpart enchanted lock will unlock it.
I bet it would have unlocked that door, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
Or it would, as well as when you bring two of them next to each other, the idea is that they can be used to identify other rings.
No, ping each other.
But they can if you put two of them next to each other, then they glow.
Mhm.
And then it can be used to unlock very specific things that are attuned to the ring.
Okay, so that's.
But it's not like a reusable thing. It's like if you happen to come across something that was locked with this ring, or these subset of rings, then you can do something with it. But it's not like you can magically lock something with it and then unlock it later. Like this has a distinctive purpose and isn't usable outside of that distinctive purpose.
Okay.
Fair enough.
But otherwise, it's a plain, solid, polished copper ring.
Well, we might as well hold on to this. It won't do us much good now. It might actually unlock that warehouse that we left our friends in. So if we have to go back to get them, when we go back to get them, that might be useful.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure, but it would it unlocks specific things, and given where we found it, that seems reasonable.
If we are going around the city, perhaps that shall be more useful to us going forward.
If we do have to go back in, that is true.
And we'll also like point out the map, anywhere that was kind of like pinged on the map itself. If we go to any of these places, perhaps something there might be helpful.
If you were to find the notes that went along with it, you'd be able to piece together specifically what was going on. Otherwise, it's just the only thing that you get that you could read or glean from the map are Gordon Guard patrol patterns and specific local substations in the area. But there are many other notes and things that look like it had been pinned into the map. The evening passes uneventfully. Those of you on watch do occasionally hear sort of the sounds of those creatures flying around, generally in the direction of the city. You're not that you're I think you said something like a quarter mile away or something like that, half a mile away. And at some point in the middle of the night, you see a small skirmish as another small horde of creatures sort of rushes the forest, most of them cut down by arrow fire. One or two larger creatures manage to make their way across, and there seems to be an actual combat, but the defenders seem to have been able to repel the incursion fairly handily. But considering how many aberrations you knew or were able to detect and even just saw in the city, the amount that are being sent across seems to be like minimal. Kind of like they're just testing defenses, poking at different areas.
Yeah, I think that Bellis is kind of restless and probably doesn't actually even try to lay down until like halfway into the next watch. Just talking about the things that made probably the worst things he's ever encountered is not a fun time. So
fair.
With even as much as like Aiden like just trying to go to sleep, he's trying to hold the thought of whatever the giant worm thing is in his head as like the last thing before he goes to sleep. Just to see if he could get any information about that.
Give me some chess metaphors about this, bitch.
So he's trying to actively think about something before he goes to sleep, but he's also trying to fall asleep.
Give me a Shoots and Ladders reference about this, bitch.
So, you know.
Is this fucking Candyland? Go.
Right. By the morning, when all of you sort of begin to wake, it's quiet. You can smell the sound. All the sounds. No, you can't smell any sounds yet.
Synesthetes in our party.
Yeah.
Yes, synesthesia party.
Right. But you can hear the sounds of forest life sort of beginning to wake around you. There's no smells or anything like that. And Aiden, as you wake, you're sort of like blinking the sleep from your eyes, trying to remember snippets of what it was that you had maybe thought of or dreamed the night before. And it's like just almost there, not quite remembering details, but you do recall just the feeling and the sound of earth moving, of like something crawling and digging through the earth, and just sort of a dim red light, and then probably something long moving through the darkness, large, digging, tunneling, and burrowing.
Oh. That. Shit. I almost forgot about that.
Thanks.
Oof. Well, fuck.
Oh. Most of us. Oh.
Most people are getting up. Riddle probably hears a stirring and looks back. Good morrow.
Yeah. So it is. All right.
So, first steps.
Get into the other part of the city.
Yeah.
I mean, probably head a bit deeper into the forest and head back to the west a bit. I
Less
feel
likely
like,
to run into their guards that way.
yeah, they're probably more
Kinda
focused
circle
towards
around.
the city. Or
That
the southern
seems
edge, anyway.
likely. When we
Once I
get
to
close.
the buildings, it shouldn't be too hard to navigate. I mean, I've kind of been through a decent part of it.
We've been here before.
You. I mean,
Yeah, but
Velis, I think, had the most experience from what he said.
right,
Yeah.
I kind of had to run through half of the city, whereas I think you guys just went straight to the council.
We were sort of led and
Oh,
led
right.
and led and
Yeah.
then yelled at.
You know, that would be
Anyway.
useful, right?
I'm surprised anyone on the council still willing to talk to me.
I mean, they'd be less willing to talk to me, apparently, which is always interesting. Because Wary is not used to people not being
They're
willing
allowed
to talk
to talk
to her.
to you.
It's like,
Anyway.
out of character, Wary is not used to people being unwilling to talk to her. She's just like, people like me. Like, I get people and I.
Gosh darn it, people like me.
There's something seriously wrong with these people. They don't want to talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, who has 20 charisma?
Everybody wants to talk to me.
And not the best insight, which is part of why, like, she's like, why are they doing this?
Well, I think the sooner we go, the better.
Yeah.
Get over with.
Be careful, be cautious, and go. That's the best plan.
Let me hit that long
Going to
rest
be
button.
doing a circuit. Oh yeah, that's a long rest. Are you attempting to like stealthily move through the forest, or are you just advancing from the forest? You did say that you're gonna, like, instead of beelining straight there from your current position, you're gonna go deeper into the forest and then kind of circle around.
Yeah.
I mean, I
feel
think
like we get sneaky when we get closer.
Yeah, because we're good.
I mean,
You're a ways away.
Yeah,
I'll
I
go to
think,
that.
I mean, I defer to others to a degree, but, like, I feel like we wouldn't be, like, recklessly
Yeah,
going
keep
through.
an eye
but
out for
we're-
any patrols,
But
maybe.
we're not going to be, like,
Patrols were signs
stealthy
of
until we get closer.
traps
All
or
right.
magical alerts.
So that would be dexterity stealth checks and wisdom perception checks from everyone, please.
Okay.
Okay, that is dex.
Well, that's a great roll.
Stealth, that is perception.
Oh no.
Stealth is a 17 because I
Okay.
rolled 4.
That means
Okay.
I'm
So
awake, I swear.
stealth is a 19 plus 12 is 21. 9 plus 12 is 21.
And perception is also an 11 because I cannot roll.
So it's dexterity and perception from everyone? Is that it? Or
Dexterity stealth, wisdom perception.
Plus
So,
8 is
well,
26.
that's I think 14. Oh, disadvantage stealth. That's a 6.
Yeah.
Well, I just rolled 2 3s, so that makes
I rolled 4 to 5, but I have decent bonuses, so.
Right.
Okay, at least Waria and Purnell are stealthy and seeing things.
But
We try.
perception is a 23. So
Okay.
I see things, I just trip over them.
Right. Yeah. Funnily enough, all of Elias's training in the Bastion never actually involved going through the forest. It was all just fighting and defending the wall.
funny how when you turn to fight in a city,
Right.
put me in a city and I'm probably fine.
Right. So despite like the occasional, like crashing through the underbrush that's just making the more stealthy members of the party like just sort of facepalm, you all notice the patrol before they notice you. You can see it's 4 humanoids sort of moving quietly through the city. Forest, sorry. Gesundheit.
Sorry.
It looks like they're being led by an elf, but it's a group of 2 humans, the elf that's leading them, and it looks to be actually a halfling. They're all very quietly moving through. They are all dressed in just like plain clothes, patchwork, bits of leather, some chain here and there. It's all mismatched and looks improvised, and they all have and are carrying bows as they're moving through, very relatively stealthily, but you all rolled really high in your perception rolls, so yeah.
Some of us did.
Some of us did.
Enough of us did that we know what's going on.
Right. But you all kind of stop and they sort of slowly move past, kind of keeping an eye out, looking around. You can interact or stop with, or just let them pass on by. I don't know what you'd like to do.
Well, we're trying to sneak in, so.
Yeah, we specifically said, I think we specifically had decided that we were going to try to avoid the guards. So
Right.
unless someone suggests otherwise, that's what Waria is going to do.
Okay. All right. So given Velus's experience and memory of the layout, well, how much does he remember? He was sort of running in a bit of a panic.
Well, invisible, so.
While
that
invisible,
helped.
but still.
Better than the rest of us.
Why don't you go ahead and just make a general intelligence check, Velus?
I don't trust any of my dice. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. Despite having run out of there like a bat out of hell, you do recall specifically the rough layout of the streets and whatnot leading directly to the council. And so you're sort of leading the party on a reverse course, sort of backtracking your way through, which avoids a lot of the streets and kind of goes in between buildings and such. And with the general rolls that everyone made, besides that one patrol that you encounter, it looks as if there's a moving perimeter of sentries, I guess it seems to be. again, most of them look like they're wearing bits and pieces of mismatched armor. These are not council guards in the full sort of elven tabard and regalia that you encountered last time you were here. These look mostly like ordinary people wearing. Some of them look like they're actually wearing bits and pieces of ill-fitting elven armor. Although there are a couple of elves who are wearing without like the markings and tabard and whatnot, and some of the dressiness seems to have is lost, but it looks like they're wearing like full guard armor. Every now and again you see one of them. But you make your way through, getting into the city, the forested part of the city. But the closer you get towards where the council chambers were, the more and more dense the people seem to get, and you start seeing sort of small encampments, a number of tents, or people who are sort of are squatting in some of the homes and trees, sort of the tree homes around. But it's quickly moved away from being a series of sentries, and it looks more like just a not exactly a completely organized or disorganized refugee camp, but you definitely getting a sense that there's a significant more people here than the area than the homes and the buildings can actually support, and it's
before
crowded.
this area was basically exclusively for shadow elves.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're seeing that a lot of other people have moved
It's
in.
not like they've closed themselves
Yeah.
off. It's everybody's just kind of moved to this part of the city. It's the last
Anyone
bastion.
could get out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and like lead around the outskirts of the houses and things as close to that sort of tree bridge as possible,
Sure.
so that we can, when we come in, come in near to where Indil said he was. Well, and
Okay.
also, I feel like if we happen to pass by the house that Velas had to run through, he just kind of looks at it and laughs to himself.
So if you go to the tree line, that is packed with people, like the tree line where it meets the grass, the separation. So you're kind of coming. So if that's here,
eventually.
you're kind of coming around this way. Are you disguised?
Yeah, what are you
at all, Velas?
No.
Okay.
Not this time.
Sure. So, eventually you sort of just kind of emerge from between a couple of buildings and just sort of walking. Nobody seems to take much notice of your presence. A couple people sort of glance up and look, but nobody really seems to be too particularly alarmed. You don't see a lot of people who are armed, at least in the area that you're in. But once you get within sort of line of sight of that large tree area where the council chamber has sort of begun, you can see a significant increased presence in the number of armed people. And as soon as you're in line of sight of some of them, they sort of take note of a heavily armed group of people coming towards them. And you can see that there's immediately some activity off in the distance. I mean, they're still like dozens and dozens and dozens of feet away. Of note, compared to the last time that you were here, the last time you were here, this place was sort of just wall to wall, elegant and beautiful and magical, and there were fairy twinkly lights everywhere, and it's like it
There
almost
were illusions all over the area, right? We
there were
discerned that. Yeah.
they're all gone. And what you can actually see is the most of the bases of these what looked like massive trees that had all this like beautiful ingrown architecture and whatnot are actually mostly made of stonework that's based around the bottoms of all of the trees. And eventually there are like wooden structures on top of it. But I would say Aiden, of the group, you could probably recognize like this is distinctive dwarven style architecture that seems to be blended with elven. It's sort of like done an elven design, but built by dwarves, almost just the stonework. And so all of this,
Aiden's kind of like,
yeah, like all of this had been
studying
completely
it,
covered
obviously.
by illusion previously. And you can see like it's old. It is very old. And not well taken care of, most of it. So the illusions were covering quite a bit of old construction, lots of cracks, a lot of it crumbled.
Let's pretend everything's great when it's not.
Some reality TV magic right there.
Gordon for you.
Yeah.
But by the time that you get within sort of communication distance, there are a number of various people. You see an occasional Shatterkai among them, but they're all wearing makeshift clothes. It looks a lot of them are kind of filthy. Whether they're human, elven, dwarven, halfling, the occasional gnome, or even like rarely you might have seen like a tiefling wandering about. But it looks as if like this is the town of Gordon that have taken refuge here. And when you approach, there is sort of a bit of a number of guards who walk up to you and sort of stop you from completely advancing. Nobody has their hands on their weapons, but you can see by their body language they're very wary of you. But seeing as how you're not like horrific aberrations, they're not necessarily drawing. They're just more like, these are strangers who are well armed and we haven't seen them before. What's going on? And in fact, one of the lead undetermined age elf, not a shadow elf, but just an elf, kind of steps up and is like, "You're all strangers and well armed, but you're not horrific aberrations. Who are you?"
Warian giggles and says,
We're aberration killers.
Yeah,
Where's Indil?
Put too fine a point
Is
on
that
it.
her
but-
new name?
That was blunt.
Blunt and to the point.
We're here to see Zendil.
He sort of nods. Go get the commander. One of the other ones runs off.
Figure if anyone's gonna be.
And like maybe a minute later, he comes running back, slightly out of breath. They can go. They can go in. And at that they all sort of disperse, going to whatever task it was that they had before you arrived. And the elf just sort of nods at all of you and just gestures roughly in the direction of where the council chambers were.
We'll start heading that way.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Okay.
head that way.
Sure.
Know where that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what before was this large, grand tree, somewhat reminiscent of the one in Home and the one of Teliana, is like it's a squat stone structure, that is got like rough logs that extend upwards, with sort of like palisade style, and it looks like everything was this was like the first structure and everything kind of built past and around it. And you can see that it's seen better days. There's no magical lights inside. There's some light filtering down. It looks basically like it is just open to the sky, like the entirety of it. And sort of like once you step into it, there's this. It's strange in that there used to be like multiple chambers, and here it's really just sort of like one long low passage that opens up into what you can see some sunlight beaming down into an open area. There's a larger group of people there that all seem sort of clustered around looks to be like a makeshift table of sorts. And when you arrive into it, it's like this is vaguely reminiscent of the council chamber, except it's like there's where those like magnificent, glorious thrones were are basically just like a number of tree stumps in the same sort of order and position. And here, the most of the sort of palisade wall just sort of is cut off, and it's just kind of open to the sky. So there's specifically a big opening in the canopy right above this. So there's a lot of light that's streaming in. There's maybe a dozen or so people in here, and even as you're sort of walking in, you like someone runs in, kind of giving you some berth. Looks like they're bringing in some sort of message or report, and then immediately like they take a seat, winded. It looks like they may have been running for a bit. Another one runs out, sort of clutching a scroll or some sort of missive. It looks like a sort of very low budget messaging system.
Does the job.
Yeah. And you can see there's on this sort of makeshift table sort of a large, much more professionally made map of the city of Guarden, but also that includes like the forested area. And you can see all sorts of like markers and notes and things about various positions of whatnot. You can see like various like some of them are like they look like a couple of wooden game pieces. One of them looks suspiciously like a salt shaker or like a teacup. Like this is really a makeshift sort of battle map of sorts.
Makeshift war room. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of like leaning over it, talking to a number of the people assembled. You can see Indil. He is wearing some very old-looking elven armor. It looks like it may have been like family heirloom or something because it's very Teliana in style. But it's freshly blooded. It's got a lot of it is not polished. It is not clean. And you can see he's even got like a fresh bandage like covering half of his forehead and covering up one of his eyes a little bit. And whereas before he was like immaculately dressed and put together, it looks like he probably hasn't slept in a day or two. And he is dirty, he is filthy. And when
is he an elf or is he a Shatterkai?
He's a Shatterkai.
Okay.
Full Shatterkai, no attempt at hiding anything. And you can hear him speaking in common to the people assembled. Looks like he's doing the sort of thing that you would expect him to do walking into this scene in a war room. And when he sort of like looks and sees all of you coming in, you can see like there's a slight look of relief on his face when he sees all of you. And he kind of wraps up his meeting and sort of like waves you all in. You've made it.
Been a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't have to sound so surprised that I was still alive. A little offended by that.
To be fair, we're actually surprisingly good at being alive, Elias.
I mean, to be fair, for a
Give
little
us
bit,
some
you
credit.
weren't alive.
Attempts to just put a hand over Hegan's big dragonborn snout.
Perhaps to the matter at hand.
Yes, let's focus on what's going on
very
here.
briefly not alive, but
Yeah, I don't have much to offer. But like there's a number of mismatched cups that a couple of aides bring out, and it's filled with water because that's all they've got. But
This is a better look for this place.
yeah, I think I like this better.
Yeah, it's refreshing in a way.
You know, I didn't get invited to the party last time, but I think that I'm glad this is how I get to see it.
His gaze lingers on you only briefly. And you get a sense he sort of takes you in quickly. Because you were not among the rest of the group that he ran into.
To be fair, though,
and Leah,
no,
Yeah, he
Bellis
I'm pretty
and
sure
Bellis,
Bellis-
but
decided to stay behind last time.
Yeah.
no, but specifically, there are some people who might kind of recognize Bellis because I remember that the disguise that he used was basically exactly the same, just a color palette swap.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So he didn't meet Indil.
He is sort of like looking over Hegan and Velis and Leah, sort of appraisingly, like, you've made some friends. That's probably for the best.
Oh.
So, monks,
Monks,
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't
We have met
long has
them
it been?
or encountered these monks before. Not
Yeah.
these specific ones, but similar monks.
Same order, different.
How long were they in the city before, well, this happened?
I don't know. I mean, they were human. They could blend in. They seem to be part of the initial attack or series of attacks. They seem to be leading and guiding, almost as if they knew precisely where to strike. But they hadn't been seen much since.
Where exactly did they strike first?
Yeah.
All of the strongest presence for the guard overwhelmed our defenses.
Probably.
Which means they knew what to look for.
Yeah.
Which means they were either here
had inside help of some kind. It's different than last time.
It
They weren't
is.
just keen on blending in.
No, Trusoa, they just sort of showed up.
I
and
mean,
told-
to be fair,
It was
yeah,
easy to take over.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair.
And
so
they-
it was much more rural.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
Much smaller.
that strategy wouldn't really work on an actual city.
Yeah, it was not like what you described before. These were
I'm gonna hop off.
far more intelligent adversary. Okay.
Really
Love you.
tired.
Night,
So-
Bess.
Night.
Also, I'm like, I feel like Leah's kind of taking a backseat anyways to a lot of this because she's observing more and just, yeah.
She has the least information.
She has the least information, especially talking to any of the people that high and mighty elf people, whatever, like. She's like, yeah, they don't apparently seem pleasant. And
Waria's taking a small
Yeah.
amount of joy in talking to the dude that wouldn't let her talk before.
yeah, it's like, what you gonna do now? But yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because I'm like, I'm not
Mhm.
following much of it anyways, just from exhaustion. So I'm getting
Okay.
It's okay.
Night.
Get good rest.
Good night. Yes. I will walk
I'm sure nothing crazy is going to happen.
Yeah.
We promised to pause before intense combat or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did,
Indil suddenly
in case
attacked
it comes up, I did update her spells on D&D Beyond.
Okay.
Good to
So,
know.
like, if you need to know what she has, because she
Jaeger.
has a
Okay.
couple of utility things up there. So, like,
Sure.
that's there. Feel free to
Okay.
use them if you need them.
Rest well.
She did bring Zone of Truth, if that
As did
matters.
Elias.
Double prepared.
Nice.
All right. Good night, guys.
Night.
Hey, Bess.
So,
I mean, I knew that there was a group within the city that was agitating for change and rebellion, and
Yeah, but
I mean,
Do you think they
This wasn't
instigated
them.
that or just used it?
yeah, I say yeah.
That is exactly the kind of thing that these
use
people
that.
manipulate.
But given the circumstances when we were here first, I would not be surprised if they simply used something to their advantage that was already there. Giving him a poignant look at that.
Pointed Purnell look.
That's a very astute observation. I would completely agree. Whoever it was that was behind the uprising or the rebellion or whatever it is that they were going to attempt to do, they were used.
Well, it's
I'm getting an insight check.
Yeah. Looking forward to like up until the first attacks, it was
to your fault.
Nope.
Up until the first attacks, it was simply a game. One pawn on the board being moved by one council member against a pawn by another council member. I mean, I would have anticipated, perhaps some minor riots or something, but this was unexpected.
Well,
do you think another council member had a hand in it?
Yes, what were you trying to tell us last time
Yeah,
we were
that's
here?
what I.
Yes, you were getting quite close to Sumnis.
Yeah.
Sibylith was always quite naive, thinking that Sumnis had her best interests at heart, but Sumnis only cared for herself and her role and her power.
Insight check.
Yeah. Can I get a
He's sure.
I mean, I'd
10.
It'd be a 22.
For every member of the council, this would not have been what any one of them would have desired. For them, it was either the status quo or some semblance that would benefit them. They wouldn't want to destroy the city. They would want to wield more power and influence.
Could they have been convinced that this would allow them to wield more power and influence?
I don't think any one of them would have been that stupid.
I don't think they're that stupid.
I think if one would, they'd still be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have wanted this outcome. It was a game to be played, but at this point, the board has been upset, and now it's just a matter of survival.
Pernell's getting more frustrated every time he
And
calls
what
this a
is it
game.
So why are you here and none of the rest are?
Exactly what I was trying to say. So I was going to say the same thing.
Because if it's just a game, you seem to care a lot about the rest of the people.
Oh,
Or
it
is it
was
still
a
a
game.
game?
It was a game until horrors rose up from beneath the city. It's no longer a game. Now it's a matter of survival.
Yes, and if you wanted to survive, you could have just left like the rest of them.
Unless you're hoping to take over now.
Oh, what existed before is done. Whatever new chapter comes to Guarden's not going to involve the council. If the Guarden
Then
will
why
continue
are
to
you
persist. Because there's still people here.
Can I insight check whether or not he actually gives a damn?
Sure.
Can I just
He seems
tell?
to.
I just don't.
Yeah.
That's a 19.
He seems honestly affronted. Like you're all being a lot more jaded about it than he would expect.
He's calling it a game.
Yeah.
And
it was a game.
Genuinely trying
It was
to
a
help
game,
people.
yeah.
Oh, it was a game of move and counter move and who could wield the most influence and power and control, but
So it was a game up until he had no one else to play against.
Well, up until
It was a game until
The stakes changed, I think.
the stakes changed. That's a good way of putting it. I'm sure the council, or at least those who survived and fled, are even now trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy and control amongst. He sort of like looks around.
I mean, they've pretty much abandoned the city.
Oh yes, of course.
Something tells me they weren't always the ones in control here, though. At least not solely.
Well,
I mean, they were, to a certain extent, control is only an illusion. As soon as something more,
other things here.
as soon as something more powerful comes along, pretty words and magic can do nothing in the face of monstrous horrors like that. They don't care about whispered words and back rooms and deals and influence and favors. They simply consume. The council had nothing that they could do against that kind of enemy. So they fled.
Yeah.
But there are still people in the city, and until we can be assured that there are no longer anyone surviving, we'll hold it. We'll hold here.
There
are people that are still stuck out there because all of you locked them in their homes before this started.
Didn't lock anyone in their homes. Anyone who stayed or couldn't escape in the chaos probably barricaded themselves in.
They've had to barricade themselves in because they didn't know what was going on because of your guard-enforced curfew. They didn't have a chance to defend themselves.
Part of your game.
Yes, in those last few days, it went from, so the game is changed, and someone made a move, to bloodshed and chaos.
Well, the people who are caught up in that bloodshed and chaos, some of them are still alive in that
Which is
city.
why we are still here
Let's
and holding out.
hold off on any blame until we solve this problem.
So
I'm not trying to blame. I'm just stating that there are still people in the city.
Is not going
What is your plan? If you were here to help
you
them,
clearly
what
have
is
a
your
plan of some kind.
I don't think they have a plan aside from holding out.
Unless your plan is survive the night, which
is helping nobody. It's helping nobody.
It is helping.
It's helping some people, but not everyone. Yes.
Do you?
Not the ones
take it
who
you
live
have people going into the city to get this information.
We do. And in small groups, we're able to extricate survivors, but it is exceedingly dangerous and slow going.
Yeah, and for everyone you get out, they're taking one more underground.
Probably just making their army
Go
bigger.
underground.
Have you seen anything that seems to be leading the others out there?
There was initially a number of monks, and then there was one. It did seem to be different than the others. And he sort of like beckons someone over, and they sort of start casting a small spell.
Yeah, if you could give me a description, I might be able to try.
Yeah, give me just a second. They cast a small illusion and summon an image.
Of a dog.
Right.
Yeah. Of a dog.
Of a dog.
Unfortunately, not a dog.
Oh.
Pretty
So
cute.
pleasant.
It's
Oh,
real
those
cute.
legs. So many legs.
Not the word I would use.
Not like
That is
legs.
an unfortunate amount of legs.
Yes.
Hold on.
That's a new card.
Character.
An unfortunate amount of legs.
Yep, saved. Actually, I might just do that right now.
This one seems to be either a mastermind that controls or has power over the others. All that we've been able to gather is that it can move through the ground as readily as walking upon it.
By itself?
Yes. While some of the others burrow to hide, this one can simply move as if it were nothing, almost ghost-like.
Oh, that's inconvenient.
Yeah.
But it is exceedingly dangerous, and we, beyond some initial sightings, have tried to avoid it as much as possible. It seems to be able to sense creatures that are nearby.
Hmm.
Keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah.
No shit. Do you know of anything underground that, like caverns or storage chambers or tunnels or anything?
Or at least entrances.
Yeah.
There's a lot under there.
There is, a sewer system.
Is it connected to this part of the city?
In one or two places, but those are heavily guarded as well. They've been they're used by smugglers and other such, but
Well, that may be an entry point for us.
Okay, yeah.
Do they connect to anything deeper?
deeper, no, just to the city sewer system. But I had the tunnels collapsed.
Well, there's still a lot of shit down there.
Yeah.
Or now a lot of shit down there.
Yeah.
We initially tried to use the sewers and the tunnels to get into and out of the city, but these creatures seem to be able to readily sense our presence, even beyond their sight. What we found most effective actually is, where possible, when we can avoid the flying ones, sticking to rooftops. It seems as if these creatures can feel movement on the ground.
That actually explains things.
Yeah.
It's useful to
Well,
know.
Weary in particular, that explains some things too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't happen to be able to fly.
Not all of us.
I mean,
Not
in
easily.
small numbers, not as a group, for sure.
Yes. The larger ones, and they've got like a number of like sketches and drawings and whatnot. And basically all the new ones that you haven't encountered before, all those insect-like ones, those are all the ones that can that actually can't perceive things from far away. But so basically they have tremor sense. So they can sense any movement and vibration in the ground as long as they're in touch with it. But those large winged ones that can spit necrotic acid at things, those are the ones that are keeping eyes in the sky. But there's a lot more of all of the other kind.
So,
That doesn't give us much to start with.
do you have any idea why the monks may have led them to your city?
I don't think there was any specific reason.
Other than they're racist fucks, and this is an elven
I
and
mean,
dwarven city.
Fair, but in case there was a reason that might cause it, that was more than that. It's worth asking, I think.
Weird
Did your
artifacts.
did your rebellion end up actually taking anything?
It was over before it could start.
Well, if you deal with this problem, then essentially it succeeded. Congratulations.
Yes, well, the power structure has indeed been upended. Although I wouldn't put it past the council to try and reestablish control.
Yeah, but at
I
least
think if they show their faces within 3 miles of this city, they're going to have a lot of people to answer to.
Yeah, I don't think there's much control to be had.
I take it they took most of the trained guard with them.
Yes.
Sure looks that way.
We've done what we could with what we have, and a few of us stayed behind. But it seems that perhaps it is in our nature to flee danger rather than face it head on.
For some, at least.
But I would imagine that an attack of this magnitude began long before the rebellion started. Well, at least their immediate actions. The city was coming to a turning point, and it seems an outside force recognized it, took advantage of it.
I think it's worth saying that if you're trying to evacuate people, there's a lot of them holed up in the Wandering Doe.
Yeah.
A lot. How many is a lot?
It's an inn.
A large,
town.
a large group. I
20 or
didn't
30?
really count, but yeah, I would say at
Larger
least 20
than
or
you
30.
could safely move at one time. That's for sure.
That would
They're
be
all up on
challenging.
a higher floor. It seems
is
that
wise.
the aberrations aren't going up there, or aren't getting up
They've
there.
been
whether
trying.
Right, yeah. Aren't getting up there.
Yeah.
And then there's
But
a small
Not sure how
group
much
at a
longer
warehouse.
they'll be able to hold out there.
Yeah, there's a warehouse.
There's a small group at a warehouse on the edge.
Yes, I mean
Those are
there's
the ones
still
we're
many.
aware of.
There's still many scattered around the city. We've done what we could, but it's most of these people are merchants, farmers, tradespeople. Some of them, some skill with weapons, but only a few really.
Stop it.
I mean, there are a few that, we have no small number of what would be rebels who know their way around the corners and shadows of the city that are leading the excursions to find and rescue people. But we've lost a lot in the attempt, and no one is willing to give up.
Well, both locations we're aware of have at least some weapons. But I would say at the warehouse, I think Purnell and I could pinpoint that fairly well. One of them seemed particularly knowledgeable about a bow. The others may have some experience, but not. Well, one of the others may have some experience, but I don't know how much. There's a mother and child, though. I don't think either of them had much knowledge. In the Wandering Doe, it's a large group. At least
Your
one knew their
plans?
way around in Rapier, so that's something. Older,
What-
though.
Why do you return to the city? I mean,
Well,
I would hope that perhaps you might provide some sort of aid if you've indeed helped fortify a number of locations. That is good news for
I mean, I think
some still left in the city, but
I think any. I mean, if we really want to help, I think we need to try and.
we need to
route
figure out where they're
works.
coming from and what they're doing.
Any discussion of rescue is probably a moot point if we don't get rid of the.
No.
I'm gonna unsheath the sword.
Head of the beast.
Yeah. Also, we've got this.
Rescue might be helpful for
And
your
yeah,
team.
basically just show them. It's like, have you ever seen anything or heard of anything similar to this type of material? Just running one handle on the blade.
looks at it a little bit, touches it and feels it, and if I may, needs like cast an incantation.
You can get what you can out of it.
Okay. Sort of mutters quietly, and it sounds like Old Elvish under his breath. It's a different variation, but it does appear to be like some form of identify spell.
I was going to ask that, yeah.
Yeah, like identifier, legend
yeah.
lore or something.
Legend lore.
Yeah, and this isn't an unusual blade. The material, it's strange. It's unique.
It has a unique purpose. It's very good at killing those things in your city. But this is only part of it.
There's an old Elvish word for it. Well, to describe corruption's bane. Bieshk.
Pernell's gonna repeat it with better pronunciation.
Right. Yeah.
Pernell's like, bitch, I know how to say that.
Right. And he sort of like looks up at you and grins, and he's like, yes, that. There are stories of those who fought against the corruption long ago. Finding and wielding. He sort of pauses and thinks for a moment, and sort of turning the corruption against the corruptors. I believe it's loosely translated. I'm not going to attempt to butcher the original. Sort of looking and half grinning over at Pernell. But if you do indeed have this, then this is a powerful weapon against them.
I'm still looking for the rest of it. Maybe another part in somewhere here.
If this indeed is only an incomplete blade, then if there's something that I can do to help you restore its power, and you would be willing to wield that power here, let me know. We can use anything any help that we can get.
Oh, I plan to. Not necessarily just for your cause, but
I
But if anyone
I
here is able
can
to locate such a piece of blade,
I can respect personal motives.
Yeah.
I mean, there was an enchanter. Um, uh, I believe he came here with you. Did he not?
Puma?
Oh, Master Sul.
I mean, Pumat.
Yes, the Furbolg, yes?
Yes.
is he still alive?
I do not know.
So he's not with you.
No,
He didn't leave the city before all this started?
not that I know of.
is there
Well,
anyone
that's
here
another
who
one
could
to look
locate
for.
him?
He may still be in the city.
Elias?
Yeah, I mean, I can either try and send him a message, or I can try and scry on him. Just
That sounds like a good plan. I think if
Whatever
Pumat
you
is
think
here-
is best for it.
If he's still here and alive, and was not one of the ones that, I mean, people fled the city in all directions.
Yeah.
I don't believe many who fled away from here survived and weren't otherwise hunted down. But that may be an avenue. If you could find him, and if you could bring him here, that would, having someone of his
he's definitely a useful
skills could provide a significant edge in our fight.
It's a starting point.
But alternatively, or also, those large flying ones, they do not have limbs as such. I've never seen one land. Yet even an aberration cannot persist without rest. Or can it? I do not know. But they are much fewer in number than the others. If you could find them, or find where they nest or roost, and root them out, that would give us much, much more security and safety getting across the city unseen.
Yeah.
At least
about that. If we could plant something on one of those flying ones, we could track it, possibly.
It's not a bad idea.
I don't know too good, man, but I can track it.
Or you can you track?
If I don't kill it first.
Okay.
I can do something
Good
similar.
point.
I mean, well, if we're trying to track it, I suppose not killing it first would be.
Although, if I remember, they're immune to that damage type.
Yeah.
So then you wouldn't kill it first. You would just get right.
More or less.
Well, that seems productive.
It would be onto us briefly, though, so.
Well.
Yeah, that.
Is it worth that
Well,
risk?
It can't fight what it can't find.
That is a good point.
I mean, you could always hit it, and then Quiria could make you invisible, and
I mean, I could
we could
make
get
him
away.
invisible before he hit it, but that would be not as long. Not for as long a time.
Maybe long enough to get away.
Yeah, I mean, Haku, settle down.
I do have to be pretty close to it, though.
So, DM question: if we're gonna
Sure.
cast regular invisibility,
Mm-hmm.
and then cast greater invisibility,
Then she would lose regular invisibility because both are concentration. Well, you can you can hold
right?
two
But
concentration
would there?
spells.
No, I can't hold 2 concentration spells. That's a
Leah.
feat.
Oh,
Leah
okay.
can. But would there be a gap? Like, would there be a time where they were visible?
There would be a flicker where there would probably be a moment where, as you begin casting the spell and infusing, this arcane energy, you like flicker and appear briefly before you suddenly disappear again. Sort of Predator style, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, I can maintain invisibility where you can't cast for an extended time, but for casting purposes, I can only maintain it for a brief time. That said, if we're willing to take the risk of a brief moment of visibility, I can drop one, cast the other at the same time.
I feel like we just get close. I do my thing, and we just.
I'm assuming that getting close we would want to do without being visible, though, is what I'm thinking.
I'm just gonna look at Indio and just ask, so how much good are your scouts really doing right now? Anything?
They are an early warning system. So far, there have been incursions, mostly at night, into the forest. And the scouts keep our perimeter secure, mostly. I mean, you got by.
Yeah. Well,
I would imagine that if you were to have managed to get all the way to the Shadowfell and back, that I'm not surprised that my scouts would not be able to sense your presence.
Yeah.
We've done a little more than that.
Yeah. To be fair, this city is also doesn't seem to be designed to, withstand a siege or be particularly defendable.
Yes, it's almost as if no one would ever have thought that the city would become under siege.
Yeah.
For being built by refugees from a city that came under siege by aberrations, you would think they would have had a little bit more foresight in their design.
The arrogance of my kind knows no bounds.
I think that makes for both of us.
Only after a
design.
certain point. Only after a certain point.
I'm gonna actually take out my cloak of Elvenkind and just offer it and say, just give this to your best scout. If it does any good, it'll do you more good than me.
He looks at it and he's like, "This is a mighty gift."
I think you can use it more than me at this point.
He very gently kind of folds it and sets it on the table, nods. Thank you. This will be a great gift. Thank you.
All right, so find Pumat. Hope Pumat is alive. See if he has information. Try to track one of the large flying aberrations.
I could also possibly see. I don't know if it looked like the defenses
just
were
kill any
something
one of those we'll come across.
Elias would know about potentially shoring up a little bit, or at least training, helping to train a little better on
So
things I picked up living in a city designed to withstand sieges.
you could definitively help if you spent a day or two providing some direction and outlining various plans.
I mean, if Aiden and Weary are taking care of the tracking,
I don't know if that's something we want to just go out on our own and do, or something we
yeah, I
can
guess
just
that's-
try? It's a side quest while we're looking for Pumat.
Honestly,
I
I
would
think
imagine.
that the most time sensitive thing we've got going on here is Pumat, and we'll have a better sense of how he's doing once you get a hold of him.
Yeah.
Or looking on him, or whatever you're gonna do.
Elias is also not the stealthiest person in the world, so I should probably not be sneaking into the city.
Yeah, we would probably not want to bring Elias or Leah specifically on a stealth mission.
Leah speaks up and says that her skills are probably best used helping them organize their defenses somewhat. She is used to.
I think between Elias and Leah,
Elias and Leah can.
Elias and Leah, I have training in this sort of.
Yeah, it's like Wiria can help lift their spirits, but she can't help build their defenses.
Right. No. There would definitely be a montage of Elias and Leah directing people and training people with.
Yeah, Hegan too. Yeah,
And Hegan, with Wuria providing some musical accompaniment. And
If we do take,
I have the tiger
if we
power.
do take time,
Right.
which I don't know yet if we're going to, but if we're going to spend like a day here, which I think we should find out where Pumat's at.
Yeah, so
first.
First that.
Try and find out where Pumat is first.
But yeah,
I agree. Let's do it
there's
first
some things I'd like to help with as well, but I think that we need to figure out what's going on with Pumat before we make any plans one way or another.
So the question is, is there anything else we should be doing
Yeah.
right now, and how does Elias want to attempt to locate Pumat?
I'll try message first because I only have one fifth
Or
level spell.
sending,
slot,
I
so-
assume.
Or sending, yes, not message.
Okay.
Say message is not going to be much
like,
That would
yeah,
be
you're
difficult.
really.
Just point in every direction. Pumat.
Spin in a circle for a while.
I mean, Wiria
Right.
would do it if you asked her to, but
Pumat, Pumat, Pumat. And in that circle, shouting Pumat's name.
Right.
But yeah, I'll do sending as opposed to start with that as opposed to scrying because I only have the 1/5 level spell slot. So
Right. Okay. All right. So, what do you say to Pumat?
like, hey, it's Elias. Remember me? Are you okay? Where are you? We may need your help. Would be appreciated.
we may need your help would be appreciated.
We're in Gordon.
Another
Right
pause.
over heaven.
Oh, Elias. Hello there. I'm still here. Trying. It's a bit dangerous. You got to be careful out there. Some help would be good.
Dangerous.
Yeah, I'm in well, I think this here's a, and I think he like runs out of words. And like a few moments later, you hear a voice in your head. Oh, hey, Elias. I ran out of words there.
I love you, Pumat.
But yeah, I've hold it up here. I've got a couple of people with me. We're doing okay for now. But yeah, we could use some help.
Yeah.
Someone who's
ADD
worse at
Pumat.
sending than Elias.
Oh wow.
He's as bad as Jester.
Directions.
Where exactly
Is the...
are you?
Yeah.
No, he does end up giving directions. Interestingly enough, it's actually in a he's managed to sort of basically barricade and reinforce a guard tower, and so they're all holed up on the upper stories and have basically sealed off the bottom story. And he's Yeah. That took an extra spell to get across, but he did. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Good
Well,
luck
it's good.
alive, and I'll review. Yeah,
That's good to know.
Yeah.
I guess.
So should we go get him, or should your people go get him?
Yeah.
And so he asks you, like, point out, like, where on the map,
Yeah.
and sort of like, oh, you're like that tower. And as you pointed out, or as you point out a particular spot on the map, there's like a cluster of pieces on the map right by that tower.
Are those good pieces or bad pieces?
Those are very bad pieces.
Okay.
So I
that is very bad.
Oh, we should go get him.
Yes.
Probably.
He points to the salt shaker. That one.
Yeah, what's the salt shaker mean?
That one I told you that was especially dangerous.
Oh.
The one that casts magic and.
Great.
Awesome.
It's most often sighted around that part of the city.
That sounds
Lovely.
like a party.
Our scouts would not be able to get there.
Yeah.
So should we?
Honestly, I'm not
Thin
scared
their
of getting into a
defenses
fight with
first?
this thing, but
Or should we go right to it?
Well.
If they seem to be gathering in that area more so, then allowing them more time to gain more would be a terrible idea at this point, I would think.
That would not be wise.
It's true. So that would indicate we go in, we get them out.
I mean,
And then see about
are
thinning
they
the
gathering
others.
there, or have they been gathered there from the beginning?
An idea.
Our intelligence is limited.
Basically, there's just been a lot of activity around that area.
Around that. Yeah.
We don't know why.
I'm scared of the big guy, but I don't want to get into a fight with him in the city when he can call an entire city full and down on our heads.
Well, either way, we're gonna have to deal with.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna
Precisely.
have to deal with it eventually.
I would rather have Master Soul on our side first.
Yeah.
So perhaps
We could try to stealth in there. Just send.
Yeah.
Scout first.
How many was he with?
Probably about a dozen or so people.
We can't get that many out.
Not
we can
by
get
stealth.
him out.
Not by stealth.
Not stealthily.
We could take Pumat, but not the rest, and I don't know that any of them would agree to that.
I don't
we
know
could
that
try
Pumat
and deal with the flyers first.
Yeah.
Or if we get to
give
Master
ourselves
Pumat
another
first and he's able to help Aiden with the sword, then perhaps he can remain there to keep protecting the others. He is rather a very good enchanter.
Yeah.
It's true. I hate to leave him.
I mean, he makes magic items. I don't know. Most of what he did in combat was scrolls and wands and shit.
Yeah, but
Depends on what he
He
has
is
on
very
him, what
good.
he's made
Yeah,
since we
what he's
last saw
got
him.
access to.
But let's see. So, all right. Well, got a dozen people. I think first order of business, perhaps, given that it's been acknowledged that information is somewhat limited, is a scout mission. It's hard to make specific decisions without knowing what is actually there right now.
That's true.
Well, if I got close enough, I could just turn on the radar.
You can turn on the radar from where you're at.
Yeah, you can radar.
Yeah,
it.
but I mean,
Like, everything is within 5 miles of you.
But she would know more specific. Veles would know more specifically about where they are in relation to the tower.
Yeah,
Because he'd have
it's
the tower
difficult
as a
to
target
sense
point.
because it's
I
like
get a direction, but I don't get like specifics.
right.
I feel like it would be easier if I get closer. I don't know if that might be stretching the ability a little bit, but
I would say at a certain range, it just becomes too much noise with that many aberrations. But you'd be able to sort of, if you got to a particular point, you would be able to get a sense for your immediate surroundings much more accurately. Otherwise, it's just you just get, I mean, it's like if you're in any kind of game, and you have a ping on your mini map, you just know that it's in that direction, off and away, but it's difficult because it's beyond your immediate sort of consciousness.
Yeah.
And with that much information coming in,
it's like just a cluster of red dots that looks like a giant red dot.
right. But if you're in a place and you did it, then you can pinpoint everything in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah. So I think more or less the same idea that we did when we came into town, get close, get a lay of things, and get back out.
Given that we can't move quickly, in order to do that safely, there would be the same sort of brief moment when we were visible that I described to Aiden.
I wouldn't be visible.
Oh, right.
Not
Yours
a
is not yours is a different thing. Yeah, we could do that. We could go in. We could go in, you and I, under invisibility.
Take the broom, land on a roof not too far away, get a picture of things and fly back. That's an afternoon. Could do that today.
That is possible, yes.
Well,
All right. So
Probably prepare my spells for
That's probably a good
I can to
idea.
help. Huh?
Preparing spells for the day is probably a good idea.
I mean, I don't prepare them, but I can swap one out.
Yeah, no, I understand. I haven't done that yet, but it's something I keep in mind occasionally.
So it is midnight, all yours time. Well, almost all yours. It is late, and before we really get into another round of anything, this might seem like a good place to leave off. It seems as if the current plan is that Worry and Velis are going to go scout invisibly first, gather a bunch of information, and then come back. And then there's going to be a group of people who are going to stay and reinforce, and a group of people who are going to go and extract. At least that's initially it.
Yeah, I mean, I
We
think
could
the
try
plan
and
is go
tag one of
in,
those
see
flying
what's
ones,
going
too.
on, and then make a more specific plan once we have a little more
Information. Okay.
specific knowledge.
That would be a great thing to open up the next session. Just since it's late. And
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Excellent. So we'll figure out who the extraction team is and who the
Elias is staying behind to help.
yeah, probably Elias and Leah and
Yeah.
Hegan.
Yep.
And then leaving Worry of Ellis, Aiden, and Pernell
For possible extraction.
for possible extraction. Sounds good.
See, I feel like Velis and Wiria, like Velis is slightly higher stealth than Wiria, and Wiria is slightly higher persuasion than Velis. It's like we just sort of trade skill sets.
Right.
Yeah, my persuasion's still pretty high, but it's not
and
very
my
high.
stealth is still pretty high.
Right.
But not quite Velis high. That's why I
Right.
was like, I rolled a
No,
9.
I do have
That's
deception.
still a 21.
Right. Worry's got a lot of utility, but Velis is just a lot more like if he can get the drop on someone, he can probably take them out very quickly.
Oh yeah, no. It was just I was looking at his character sheet for some reason recently, and I was like, oh, in terms of persuasion and stealth specifically, we just swapped positions.
So our next session is June.
Oh, let me look.
2 weeks from now.
20th. June 20th.
Let me see calendar.
I'm working next weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're definitely
20th, I
not
think,
next
would be-
week.
Yeah.
So
but
the
I
week
can do
after
week
would be the
after that.
20th.
Yeah.
Yeah. I already mentioned I need to start
Every
going
other, yeah.
every other.
Yeah,
'cause
that would be 2 weeks from now. Would be the 20th, I think, whatever that Saturday is.
I
So
need a
next
little bit more
session of this
downtime.
is on June 20th. For anyone in chat following.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cool.
Well, thank you all for playing. Very interested in seeing what happens next and what decisions you make and where you run with this, because this is very interesting. Because things would have been very different if you had gone straight to Soomness.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
bet.
sure.
Oh yeah. So many more
Yeah.
people did. All right.
Yeah.
Why am I imagining it like if you leave Redcliffe before finishing the mission in Dragon Age
Oh,
Origins?
no.
no.
Yeah, exactly that.
If you leave before finishing things up there, you come back and the town is dead.
Yeah,
Oh,
great.
really?
Yep.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
leave
yeah.
Great.
before
If you
finishing
go to
that,
Redcliffe
yeah,
and then leave, yeah.
it gets
Yep.
overrun by zombies.
Spoiler alert.
Yep.
That's it. Good night, everyone.
I
Thank
mean,
you so much. We'll
Origins
see
has
you
been
on the
out for a
20th.
while.
Yeah.
Badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice